pilot, we will wait for your confirmation of thrust before releasing the vehicle.
Understood, dive suit. Pilot has control.
Pull the pin.
Auto heading engaged.
Right, pilot, lift line is clear. Let's go ahead and engage auto heading in versus ship and push out center line.
Copy that, pushing out.
Okay, pilot, that's looking good. Excellent. Nice, straighten it out. We'll bring you center line.
Understood. Holding here.
Good copy. Pilot off stick except for auto head.
Confirm.
Right, deck. Let's launch Sirius. Pilot, if you could provide some halfway to reduce the tension in the tether as Sirius comes up and over the side.
Backing now.
Let me know if you get up above 60%, pilot.
Copy that.
It's looking good, pilot. Let's maintain what you got.
Copy. Okay, I'm backing a little bit more. It seems to be pushing me out now.
Good copy, pilot. Okay, pilot, you can ease slightly.
Easy.
frame. Pilot off stick.
Off stick. Auto head engaged.
Good copy.
That's it, winch. I saw Sirius touching the transom there.
Understood. Hey, Dick, can we get one of the ROV guys to go out and check it? Just take a look at the front of Sirius real quick. Todd or Sean. Winch, when you saw it hit the stern, did you see, was it rubber or was there any other contact?
I couldn't tell from my angle.
Well, as we were looking at it, it looked okay. It was hanging by the tugger a little bit up against the transom, but then it let loose. It's okay. Just the front bumper kissed.
Copy that. Understood. We're going to bring it up just slightly so we can get a bit of our eyes on the AFCON. Or the fantail, excuse me. Pilot, let's just keep streaming out as you are.
Understood.
Alright, sounds like we're looking good. Let's go ahead and go back down to surface. Alright, pilot, you ready to descend?
Pilot's ready.
Okay, let's go ahead and descend down to 50 meters, going 15 meters per minute, calling out every 10.
Payout zeroed as well.
Payout 0, turn 0. Thank you, Winch.
Thank D2 crossing 10 meters.
One 0 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 20 meters.
Good tracking, both vehicles.
20 meters, wire out. Good
Video,
copy now.
Sirius
Good
is a bit dark when you get a chance.
I'm up at my +9 gain. Interesting. I just touched the flares and it popped.
D2 crossing 30 meters.
I was a little bit worried about visibility. You can see how dark it is already.
30 meters, wire out.
I'm at +9 gain on the HD2.
Yeah, I think we're going to be pumped all day. We usually don't need lights this early.
Yep.
We're at
D2's at 3-4.
full percentage across the board.
40 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 40 meters.
Thanks, Nate.
D2 holding at 50 meters.
.50 meters, wire out. Vehicles holding. Winch, dive super.
Go ahead, dive suit.
Can we pass control to the control room at this time?
Control passed.
Bobby, do you have winch control?
Co-pilot has control.
Good copy.
Thanks, Levi.
Pilot, dive super.
I didn't hear it.
Go ahead, dive suit.
Is control room ready to continue with the dive?
Control room's ready.
All right, let's see what's at the bottom of this fjord.
Copy that.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead.
How's our approach?
We're looking okay. We're going to need to make a move bearing 290. So if you want to come in at auto pause, and we'll call the move in.
Will do. We'll come in auto pause, pass control to the bridge, and then I'll pass control communications to you.
Roger.
Standby one as we come into auto hold.
Copy. We'll keep an eye on streaming here. We'll probably stay at 50.
Good copy.
If you're good with that, pilot. Andy, you still have auto heading engaged. Now we're coming into auto position. You might swing, so you know. Okay.
What's our depth here,
You're at like 250 right now.
Raj?
Yeah, it's good. That's a 200 meter contour, Bobby.
Yep. So we might be seeing altitude as we get closer.
$190, $180 right here.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead.
Just so you're aware, we are in full auto position and are currently passing control to the bridge at this time.
Roger, you're in auto pause. You good, Andy? Okay.
Good.
All right. 290.
So we're only at like 230, so I don't know how far we want to come down right now.
I would stay there. Stay at 50. Yeah. All right. Distance 450 meters. Bearing 290 degrees.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead.
Sounds like the bridge has good control of the ship at this time. I am ready to pass communications to you to work with them to get to the dive site.
Roger. Nav has comms. Nice
Nav
launch. Dive soup.
Has comms. Good launch.
Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bridge is RV Nav.
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, when you guys are comfortable and ready for a ship move, I'm ready to give you one.
Okay, give me 1 second.
No rush.
RV nav bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Right now we have port prop and port rudder disengaged. I'm gonna go ahead and engage them if that is okay.
Yep, absolutely. 220.
And I am ready for the
Ready for the move. Okay, let's do range 220 meters, bearing 277 degrees, and let's go 0.2.
Okay, just to confirm, it's 220 meters with the bearing of 277 at 0.2 knots.
That's a good copy, Bridge.
Thank you.
If you're willing to go faster than that, we can go faster, but I understand
Hey, now
the
Okay.
limits.
your
Okay, thank
active
you.
point is the 250 mark.
And I might increase the range of that move in a minute. Thanks, Cobot.
He had
this-
250
I had this-
active, so
I
his
was reading
bearing
my
and
numbers.
distance were.
We'll get going here. That's the right direction. I was just wondering why, because I wrote it down and it was wrong.
You had said 450,
Yeah,
and then
I
you
know.
said
And then I was
200. I was
like,
like, wait, what? Something's not right.
Yeah. I even scratched it out. All right, well, I called this one in.
It's the right direction.
16.3.
Yeah, I was watching him go around, just checking the air.
Good video. Great, that sounds good.
This is Okeanos video engineer Roland Bryan making a general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with our archive video, as well as being streamed ashore via the satellite and the internet. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today, and enjoy the dive. Thank you.
All right, good morning from the Okeanos Explorer. We are currently descending on our 9th dive target of the expedition. We planned on diving dive 9 on a mud volcano at Dixon Entrance, and weather kind of kicked us out of the Gulf of Alaska and into some of these fjords in the Alexander Archipelago. So where we're looking today is in Ernest Strait, and it's actually a pretty interesting feature, and it's something that is a little bit new for the Okeanos Explorer in general. We're used to being in deep waters, offshore, not generally able to see land. And here we're seeing an area where the deep ocean comes a little bit inland. So we're looking to dive on this steep, almost vertical wall, and kind of looking at the bathymetry and the depth profile that we collected last night. The wall is almost straight vertical. It's close to an 80-degree slope. And so we're planning on coming up from about 560 meters once we reach the bottom, up, ultimately ending up at a depth of right around 300, maybe a little bit shallower than that. So a relatively shallow dive, and it's in an area that I think will be pretty exciting and something different from what we normally see. And with that, I will pass it on to my science leads to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Sam. I'm Jamie Conrad. I'm the geology lead on this expedition. I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey at the Pacific Coastal and Marine Science Center in Santa Cruz, California. And yeah, we've come a long way since the last couple dives. Although we're still in ocean water, we've changed the underlying geology very dramatically. We've moved from the oceanic crust of the Pacific Plate. We're here about 60 miles or 100 kilometers or so inboard from the plate boundary well onto the North American plate. And we're in an area where glaciers up until about 15,000 years ago covered this area, and so we're in a land and almost entirely sculpted by glacial processes. The glaciers tended to erode quite a bit more in soft areas of the rock, and so those would be faults probably, or other joints or other soft rock types. So that's what's making all these little channels that are now flooded with seawater. So it should be an interesting dive. It looks like we're coming up the side of something fairly resistant, perhaps a granitic rock that is surrounded by softer, older Mesozoic sedimentary rocks. And so we'll see what we see. It should be an interesting dive. And with that, I'll pass it off to the biology lead.
Good morning. I'm Merlin Best. I'm a biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I work out of the Institution of Ocean Sciences in Sydney, BC, on Vancouver Island with the Integrated Conservation and Monitoring Program. So this is also a little bit near shore for the work that I generally do. I work in the offshore marine protected areas off of BC. But this is an exciting dive for me. So one of the things that we have for this area that tells us a bit about potential coral distribution, which is something that I'm interested in for the habitat that they create, as well as just being a general coral nerd. That yeah, we have a distribution model, so a set of calculations that take into account all kinds of different environmental data and existing coral distribution points from trawl surveys, and produced a map that gives us high and low percentages of the likelihood of coming into contact with corals. So the study by Chris Rupert and others, done in 2017, produced a model that really lights up in this area. It's one of the most abundant in the predictive model. So the site we're looking at for tomorrow is like the exact hotspot, but it doesn't cover everything in this area. So we have good reason to believe that there could be some of the larger tree-shaped corals. The one in particular I'm going to keep an eye out for is the Pacific red tree coral, Primnoa pacifica. We know a little bit about its distribution, that it seems to like depths pretty much where we will be ending the dive, but definitely also seen lower. So yeah, we'll be keeping very excited, hoping to see some corals today. There's also, as habitat-forming structures, they should be associated with all different kinds of megafauna. So the fish, vertebrates that like to use these places for habitat, they can be host to a wide variety of other animals. There are also a couple of other corals besides Primnoa pacifica known from this area. There's a cup coral we're also interested in, so a stony coral. So hoping for a big coral dive today.
So we know the overall geology of this area from the work that's been done on land. The rocks around here on the published geologic maps show the bedrock to be mostly sedimentary rocks and partly to maybe more extensively metamorphosed sedimentary rocks of Cretaceous through Jurassic age, which translates to about 65 million to about 170 million years old. And in places we see a number of granitic plutons of younger Mesozoic age that have intruded these rocks. At least that's what we see on land. Now, when the old geologists got to water, they just mapped it as water and left it at that. And that's kind of how I started my career. I was working on land, and whenever we got to a lake or an ocean or even a wide river, we would just call it water and leave it at that. But when I moved into working on marine geology and those sorts of issues, one of my first thoughts was to kind of bridge that gap and the geology doesn't stop just because you get to the shoreline. There are still faults and rocks and things don't, that part of the equation doesn't change. So, and then the next thing I discovered was that it was really hard to map the geology underwater because we just didn't have the information we needed. We didn't even have 20 years ago good maps of the bottom. On land you call them topographic maps. Under land we call them bathymetric maps. But they weren't sufficient to even help you a little bit with the geology. And on top of that, we just didn't have the ability to look at the rocks and look at the underwater features. So that's something that has really come a long way, and now we're approaching it in a very high-tech way here, and we'll perhaps be able to put a rock type to this large promontory we're going to go up the side of. So a little bit of geologic mapping is one of our goals for today.
Yeah, and I think this area in particular is, and kind of this whole archipelago is, it's just very dramatic in the changes in the bathymetry that you see. It's an area that I spent a large portion of my career working as a hydrographic survey technician, so collecting that bathymetric data on the NOAA ship Fairweather. And
make it half a knot.
It's just fascinating to see it go from depths of, right now we're looking at depths of 600 meters that come up pretty much to the surface.
Our mapping team made this data for
and
us
in very short order.
so quickly.
So seeing
Huge
those
props.
drastic changes, a lot of times when we look at these models, we'll put a vertical exaggeration on it to make it look a little bit more impressive, or to make things kind of jump out at you a little bit more than they normally would. In this area, having any vertical exaggeration at all makes it almost unreadable. So when I loaded it in and saw it at a 6 times exaggeration, it just super duper steep. And now looking at it pretty much as it is in real life, in real time, it is just very impressive to me. I think it's an incredible feature, and you see that in a lot of these sounds and fjords and areas in southeastern Alaska in particular. And I think with those narrow passes and with those large changes in the bathymetry in the region, one of the things that we're going to be monitoring pretty closely throughout this dive is the currents in the area, and primarily the tidal currents. As they get constricted going in and out of these narrower passes, we may expect to see increasing flows. So our track line now we have set up more in like a north-south, north to south type of orientation. So hopefully we'll be going directly into or away from the primary current going in, which helps with both the vessel navigation and the vehicle navigation. And it makes it a little bit less risky, although there are inherent risks with all of this, but it mitigates it a little bit, as we shouldn't be getting pushed into the wall. We should be getting pushed away from. And that's something that
on our instruments
we talk to with
low.
the pilots every morning. How can we most safely approach these features, and how can we get the most out of these dives without, in my case, more hair falling out, and in other cases, more hair changing colors. So
from 260, copy, thanks. Bridge is RV nav. The ship move, I think, is at 0.2 knots. We are clear. We're allowing you to go up to 0.5 knots if you'd like, just as fast as you're willing to go. I understand that you guys see current, but yeah. Great. Thank you very much. Pretty low, John. 0.1, 0.2. You can pull it up on the ADCP if you'd like. Just do spacebar. 0.2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can do it again. Yeah. Do you want me to talk through it as well?
There might be a layer though.
Or just
because ADCP reads at 21 meters depth.
Perfect.
So we think there's something different going on at the surface, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
All that fresh water moving around. ROV distance 411.
Looks like we're having a little bit of delay as the ship gets positioned just right for the currents.
Exactly. And it's a little bit of what I was talking about, especially with these shallower dives. We want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up best for success. And this being a little bit of it's not outside of our operations, but it's just a little bit different in that we can see land on almost all sides. So our pilots have plenty of experience working in environments like this, but maybe less so with this platform and with this ship. So there's a lot of communication going on between the pilots and the bridge right now to make sure that everybody's on the same page. We're taking everything very slow and making sure that we're doing everything as safely as possible. So in doing so, we're kind of monitoring the currents, making sure that the ship is positioned correctly, making sure that the vehicles are positioned correctly before we start our descent. And it just kind of goes to show how much goes into each of these operations. I think sometimes we take for granted, okay, we can pick a point on the map, we can put the ROV on it, we can explore it, but there's so much more that goes into that once you start thinking not only about the features that are stationary on the seafloor, but everything moving around it, and how dynamic all those things are and how much they change throughout even a couple hours. You could see completely different forces. And so something we're looking at, and this is a little bit about what pulled us away from our dive site yesterday, is that any one of the variables, whether it be wind, swell, or current, was manageable. But once you start adding those together, it gets harder to mitigate one versus the other. So that's something that we're always looking at is, while we may be comfortable diving in 10-foot swells if the wind is very light, we may not be comfortable diving in 3-foot swells if the wind is very heavy. So it's a constant balancing act, and it always depends heavily on what we're seeing at that time. And that's where we rely a lot on the expertise that we have on board in those different facets, whether it be our pilots from the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, our science leads expertise on what areas we should be targeting and what features we should be looking at, and then the expertise of the people that are driving the ships and making sure that all of the above sea level and all of the people aboard are remaining safe while we're conducting these operations. So I think it's sometimes lost in the mix that there are people involved in all of these dives, and it doesn't just happen. And there's a lot of factors that go into it. So that's why having that constant communication between each of those parties is crucial, and it's what makes all of this possible. And it's nice to work with such great teams that you have such great trust in, that we can have these conversations. So every morning we're in here early, somewhere between 5 and 6, so we can start looking at those conditions, start coming up with the best plan, and start getting the most out of these dives every day. And I think we're seeing that a lot just where we are right now versus where we had planned on being, and having that flexibility. Even today, we planned on being in Behm Canal, which is just to the east. Sometimes getting the directions is a little difficult in these windy areas. Just to the east. But when we arrived on site at about 1:30 this morning, we saw that there were some exercises being done in a submarine testing zone. So we pivoted quickly as to not ruffle any feathers or be in an area that maybe we shouldn't be, and moved to this area just to the west. And there's a lot that goes into that as well. So I was up on the bridge with the commanding officer of the ship talking about, okay, what are our options now?
Yeah.
How far can we get in the 4 hours that we have in order to get to a dive site?
Like
where do we have good existing bathymetry where we can get a good idea of where we could potentially dive and hit some of those biological and geological targets? And then with that, we found this area. We saw a slightly lower resolution imagery of the data. So then we spun up our mapping team aboard, and they were able to do a very quick survey over the area and turn around a 10-meter resolution grid, so we could see kind of all of the features.
Yeah, that's still not right today.
On the seafloor here, and really
We're not at
dive with
160.
the best information possible. And I think from the collection of the data to when I had it in my hands and was looking through and picking points was less than 10 minutes. So it just kind of goes to show even more of this operation and all the pieces that go into it.
What
Yeah,
if you
it's been
multiply it
really
by
impressive
4?
to see this team working its magic, pivoting so quickly. The whole map and dive model is something that I haven't worked with in quite this way, certainly not with quite as quick of a turnover.
Thank you, Rich.
It's been pretty amazing to sit back and watch, and then look at something that just emerged overnight after a night of work with the multi-beam. It's been very cool.
Yeah, and while it's probably the most stressful way to dive, I also think it's one of the most exciting too, because it is diving on unknown, and we've seen that also throughout this expedition. I'm thinking back to Surveyor Seamount, where we thought we might be diving on the lip of it, and then the overnight bathymetry revealed that kind of secondary summit, the other cone on top, and we dove on that, and that was an incredible dive.
Yeah.
And so that's really where kind of that sense of adventure and that sense of exploration comes into play. So while it means that maybe there's a little less sleep happening, that excitement, I know it pulls me through, and especially being in, it's easier to pivot when we pivot to a place like this that's just naturally stunning. I know the whole crew is very excited to be in this area and look around and see, see the nature.
Right.
This is an excellent contingency plan for me. I've never, studied any of these smaller channels and fjords. Like I said, all of my work is in the offshore, but I've known about them as being high abundance areas for corals. So I've obviously been curious, and I'm very excited to see what we might find. Any data point in here will be interesting and helpful for that. Any kind of future modeling that they might do, it would be very cool to see some image-based data. A lot of them are based on trawls, and we were kind of discussing earlier that there is that pattern of even in the relief areas of really high slope, turnout in the model is a little bit weaker, but it could easily be because of the method used. If you're fishing, these would be very difficult places to fish, so they could be avoided and not show up in the models. So I think using a different piece of technology and a low, or almost non-invasive method of looking at these is really exciting. There's something also really interesting with the coral population genetics. So there are a few different studies going on right now with Primnoa populations, where you look at the DNA of populations across, the Gulf of Alaska, or even larger, down to BC. And apparently there's a really strong break in two really distinct populations that don't seem to be mixing very much, and it's right around here. Dixon Entrance is kind of everything north of Dixon Entrance is very sharply distinct from everything south of it. So this is right in the in-between spot. There should be something really interesting going on here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so if we saw anything to sample, that could be really valuable for that study.
Excellent.
Yeah, so if you're not looking at the map, we're currently geographically located down very near the extreme southwest tip of the Alaskan Panhandle. So we're just north of the Canadian border. The sound we're currently in is located about 40 miles or so, kind of northwest of Ketchikan.
It's my old ship's home port, the No Ship Fairweather.
That's the home port.
That's the home port.
Wow, okay.
It's actually the first place in Alaska I ever went.
Very
seeing
cool.
Ketchikan, so it's a little bit of a full circle for my career.
We are. I'm not real familiar with the regional geology of this part of the world. I know some general points. Most of southeast Alaska is kind of an amalgamation of a bunch of smaller, what were referred to as terrains, and this was work that was being worked out in the late 60s and into the 1970s by a number of geologists, many of whom were from the Menlo Park USGS office, where I worked for quite some time before I joined the group in Santa Cruz doing marine geology. But this was one of the first places, and remember, within the models of the plate tectonic theory, which was really only confirmed in the early 60s, a lot of what geologists were looking at in the field were really helped to kind of cement the way those processes worked. And one thing they realized after some time was that this part of Alaska was comprised of a number of different terrains, of different rock types and ages that were kind of assembled all along this coastline that extends for maybe 600 miles or so up until you get into the main part of Alaska. These were all smaller fragments of either island groups or pieces of continents that had been dislodged in one place and carried up here along as part of the movement of the plates. This was once more of a convergent margin where the Pacific plate was subducting underneath the North American plate. It's now a strike-slip margin, which is probably why we are seeing these amalgamated terrains that are preserved. So now the Pacific plate is moving basically straight north along the coastline on the Queen Charlotte Fault. We'll hopefully be able to get over and look at that a little more in the next 2 weeks or so of the remaining expedition. It's a little bit like the Queen Charlotte Fault is actually the plate boundary, and this strike-slip fault that I've referred to. It's been referred to as San Andreas of the North, which people might be a little more familiar with because it runs through a very populated area. But there are some important differences. The San Andreas Fault is actually part of a complex of faults that accommodate the relative plate motion. But the San Andreas Fault in any one place generally only carries about half of the plate motion, with most of the rest of the plate motion being accommodated on other faults. Up here, the Queen Charlotte Fault actually seems to be the main structure and appears to carry almost the entire plate motion on it, if not the entire relative plate motion on it. So it's accommodating 2.5 inches, 55 millimeters per year of offset across it, and it's directly emplacing in this area oceanic crust right against continental crust, which is one of the few places in the world that ever happens.
Very cool. So the Queen Charlotte Fault comes all the way.
It's, yes,
right there.
It extends from the southern tip of Haida Gwaii up, and it pretty much closely follows the edge of the shelf. Mm-hmm. Finally comes ashore up near Icy Point, north of where Glacier Bay mm-hmm. and Cross Sound is. And then becomes known as the Fairweather Fault and extends even further up into the Alaska ranges. It's very active tectonically. There have been, let's see, 7 magnitude 7 or larger earthquakes on it along this stretch in the last 100 years.
Okay. Some of those sites are targets of investigation further, a little bit later on in this survey.
Right, yeah. There are a couple places where in most cases be diving near it, and there are a couple locations we have picked out that we'd like to dive on it that are right on the fault. Some interesting features that form along the way. There's one place we hope to get to will be another shallow location like this one, but where we see an offset in a sea valley of about 900 meters.
A sea valley, I like that.
A sea valley. It's
not quite a marine canyon.
Right. It's the sea valley. It's the Jacobi Sea Valley, and it's a valley that was carved into the shelf by the glaciers. So what we're looking at is the edge of that shelf that was offset after the glaciers lifted out of there and melted, which would have been around 15,000 years ago. So we're seeing that 900 meters of offset has accumulated in the last 15,000 years. So it'll be interesting to see just how that looks, perhaps what's living on it, and whatever else we can see. It's another case where we're really exploring, and we, in many ways, don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, same with this location. Like, I have no record of it ever being visualized by a drop camera, or certainly nothing like the technology that we have today. So, yeah, literal exploration of an unknown feature. And just judging by the environmental conditions, our algorithm has suggested it could be a good place for corals. That's where I want to be.
So I think we're still getting situated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like we're hovering in the 50-meter range.
So Sam mentioned the tidal currents. I've always been impressed as a resident of the lower 48 with the difference in tidal ranges that we see. I'm used to a tidal range of something like 4 to 6 feet or so. Up here, tidal ranges in the 10 or greater foot range are fairly normal. Which maybe doesn't sound like a whole lot, but also remember that we're many miles up a channel, and so that tidal pulse is running up and down these channels in very relatively narrow spots, unlike an open coastline. And so the currents can be a little tricky, and especially as we go through little constrictions as the channels widen and narrow up their reaches. And it's something that changes throughout the day as you get your two tidal cycles per day of highs and low tides.
Right.
So it's constantly changing.
It's also a really beautiful view in the cameras right now of the mesmerizing marine snow. Like I could look at this for hours. Every now and then I think I see a little invertebrate, maybe some ctenophores or chaetognaths, little comb jellies and arrowworms. But the bulk of what we're seeing in the camera right now is what we would call marine snow. So all of the sort of flakes of organic matter from various activities. This is still a pretty active zone. So we're seeing all of this, the remnants of biological processes and activities. And eventually this will make its way down somewhere. So it'll get carried off by current. It'll get mixed around and recycled a little bit. But it's a major food source for the environments and the habitats below. Yeah, I think some of those really translucent little blobs that you see are probably probably comb jellies. I brushed up on my midwater animal ID in anticipation of our mesopelagic dive. So now I have a little bit more of an eye out as a biologist that studies almost exclusively benthic areas. It's not my area of expertise, but I find it really beautiful to look at. And of course, it's one of the largest ecosystems in the world. I guess it is the largest. It's the pelagic zone.
And it's impressive to me to see and hear how much is really out there when you know what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I tend to think of the water column as being pretty much water and not much to worry about until you get down to the bottom.
Yeah, we're both very benthic focused that way, aren't we? If there was ever a third science seat, we could definitely fill in. There's a pretty big gap there. All that water in between the surface and what we're looking at.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are, of course, animals that live their entire lives never reaching the bottom, just kind of hanging out in the water column. And I almost never see them.
But that's an interesting point you make. It is the largest ecosystem in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's and it's one of the things that I appreciate more when I get out on a ship like this on an expedition, and especially when we're out in the open ocean and can look off for hundreds of miles or more in every direction and see this is really the surface of the Earth, and it's really impresses on me what a watery world it is. And if you were to come here from some other place, the thing that would strike you is really it's a watery planet, and we people don't have that same perspective because we stick to mostly the drier parts, the land part, but really only comprises less than a quarter of the planet's surface.
I was also brushing up on just some of my general knowledge of the different layers. So very different animals tend to live, obviously, in the different, kind of vertical layers of the ocean. We would be in the epipelagic zone right now, also called the photic zone, the area of the water where light can penetrate down to approaching 200 meters in general. So the epipelagic and surface adjacent area of the ocean. And I didn't think we would spend very much time here, so this is actually really nice. There's only one of my study sites that ever approaches this area, and of course that's San Kinklis Bowie Seamount, where the peak of it is within scuba depth, I believe. It's in the 30-meter range, I think.
35 meters, I read, yeah.
Yeah, so that one, the peak of it is also a little bit outside of my area of expertise often because it's got algae. It has photosynthetic plants on it. It has, an ecosystem that's a little bit more similar to an intertidal area. And there's always a really drastic change in the kinds of fauna that you see.
Yeah, I was really surprised when you told me the other day that now that was the easternmost seamount of the Kodiak Bowie chain that we had been studying this past week and diving on. it's near enough to shore and shallow enough that it has actually been once cited as an island by the native peoples of Haida Gwaii, and that just stunned me to think of that, and that now it's possibly forever, or at least as far as humans are concerned, never to be seen again above the sea surface. Mm-hmm. And amazing to me in the short history of our occupation of North America that there was a time when the sea level was low enough that you would see that as an island offshore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so some actual evidence that kind of reminds me of the other seamounts that we were looking for, where we thought we might be seeing ancient beaches, having actual, records of people being there is, yeah, incredible.
So there's a slight delay. We're still getting the currents sorted out. It's a little bit of a tricky spot here where the channel is kind of narrowed. But it looks like we're going to be on our way in a little bit. We'll keep you guys advised. So we're starting to head down. Shouldn't be too long now before we get to the bottom because we're in relatively shallow water compared to what we were experiencing out in the open ocean anyway.
Yeah, it looks like we're approaching 100 meters depth, and our target for the start of the dive is 557. Yeah, there are a couple of ctenophores. I'll get to practice my rapid fire.
There's a whole bunch of
pelagic IDs, yeah. I think I'm seeing mostly the combs that indicate to me they might be comb jellies or ctenophores.
Okay.
But, yeah, anytime you see those rows, the combs of kind of iridescent and bioluminescent. But they're moving pretty quick. We're descending at a pretty good rate, so hard to say.
So we're descending now to eventually come up a very steep wall on the side of a mound-like feature in the Sound. On the mapping we collected overnight, I can see on the seafloor to the north of us kind of a series of subtle ridges, which I suspect are probably associated with the known mapped onshore sedimentary rocks that are exposed. And we're down here, I think we are seeing that expressed as those ridges that are probably consisting of more resistant rock interspersed that are interbedded with a softer rock type. This mound we're planning to explore is likely something different, something more resistant probably, and based on the geology we see onshore, probably a granitic type rock, a small, relatively small anyway, intrusion that looks like it's on the order of several hundred meters across. That is standing up above the seafloor. It was far more resistant to the glaciers as they were passing over, being a more massive, and the fact that we see this really steep side we're coming up suggests there's maybe the granite itself either has a very steep margin or it might be jointed in a way that allowed the glaciers to pick away at it. But we're a little bit getting ahead of ourselves in speculating, as we haven't even seen the rock yet.
Well, that's half the fun.
Sure.
I often think as I was researching, coral distributions, other kinds of studies that have happened in these areas, the scientists that have come before us, how much I bet they wished that they had access to a vehicle like this where they could just go down and look.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel very fortunate to be able to do so. Especially in the modeling. I have to think that when you see a bright red dot in your model, that tells you that that's where a lot of corals should be, that you'd really want to go down and take a look. Ooh. It was kind of a pinkish jelly. Another one. Stands out. It's a little more opaque than the others. A little tiny fish.
Looks like the snow has gotten quite a bit denser.
Yeah, we're also moving pretty fast through it, so it's just whipping by. At around 200 meters plus, we would have entered the mesopelagic zone, which is where we'll be for the rest of this dive, I think. Also called the twilight zone.
Okay.
And below that, you have the midnight zone.
I see. So there is a little bit of light that gets through here.
I think the very top layer gets like, the last 1% of light, I think, is the boundary of the mesopelagic zone. So we're seeing lots of little shrimp, some small fish, and more of these comb jellies. And yeah, a really, really dense amount of marine snow. It's nice to see.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so on stream number 3, if you're watching from home, you should have access to 1, 2, and 3. On stream 3, we have a 3D rendering of where we're going, and it has the position of our ROV, which is something that I've never seen and I love watching. So you can take a look at the little mini D2 as it descends onto the bottom of this feature that we're about to explore.
Right, and this is from mapping that we did just this morning to spot it. So you can see we're getting close to the bottom. We're now at about 50 meters. So another 50 or so before we hit what our target. But yeah, you can definitely see the steep side of this mound-like feature that we're about to ascend.
What's our salinity at now? Still 33?
Oh, yes. 33.
You can see some little dips in the base. Do you think that those are... Oh, wow.
Slide.
Oh, we really moved. Where did we go?
There we are. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, those little depressions are those? Do you think those are real?
Not sure.
Kind of an artifact.
Not sure if they represent some maybe depressions or maybe sort of an illusion of a depression in the general bottom. We might expect a little bit of debris to be shedding off the side of this really steep face, but not a whole lot, given that this entire, I'll call it a topography because that's more familiar to people, but this whole morphology of what we're looking at is very, very young, geologically anyway. Less than about 15,000 years when the glaciers finally finished, melted and finished sculpting this feature. So the glaciers probably would have swept away any loose sediment at the base of this cliff if there was any. And so everything we see on the basin has accumulated in the last 15,000 years or so.
Well, with some of the numbers you've been throwing around for seamounts and everything, I agree that does sound really young.
Yes, compared to the 15 to 20 million year old seamounts that we were diving on. This is very, very young terrain geologically. But well within the span of human history, so it's a little bit relatable that
Go ahead, Rich.
if you think back into time and the history of
Okay, Roland.
well, human colonization.
And so this is an area that would have, you were saying, would have been completely glaciated.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
You're going to need to bring your
But still inhabited mostly along the coastlines. There, there are hints of very early records of or very early, early inhabitation. We know the early peoples were probably very handy with boats, and the coastlines were mostly unglaciated and simply. There were valley glaciers extending out from the major drainages, but probably fairly easily negotiated by the people of the time. We know they had boats and
Positioning of the chart is good.
were very familiar with the marine realm and also dealing with the weather. But the coast would have been relatively temperate. The ocean would have been only a few degrees cooler than it is now. And probably represented a kind of an oasis in a way.
Fog lights are not on, Roland.
Okay. There you go. That's bright. Nice. How's that, Roland?
The left side is much brighter than the right.
So this design that you're seeing on the screen is how our ROV and video team work together to balance out all of the various color and light levels before we get to the sea floor. It's an important calibration, so we'll take a moment to fine-tune everything before we hit the bottom and
holding it full right.
start exploring.
Keep going. Super sticky right now,
That
John.
was all the more.
I mean, yeah, I was watching it and it whipped over really quick today.
Yes.
It's through it now, right?
Yes, it's through it.
It's definitely full right.
I'm going to iris back up.
Come back left.
That's what I was trying to tell you. It was full right.
Okay.
That's somewhere in the middle. Do you want a little more left?
Do you see his X up there?
Oh, I
see how it's the top of the X?
Yeah. I understand.
All right.
Yep.
I'll shut up.
Thanks.
Okay, it looks stable.
Let me know if it's good. I can adjust if needed.
Good with that. Massively different balance today.
So just for reference, if you're looking at this 3D rendering on Cam 2, the purple colors are depths of
they were having trouble
around.
keep going this way.
I'm sorry, that's on camera 3.
To see how it feels. I told
so
them that we were going to be moving
bluish to purplish looking colors are deeper than about 550 meters. With the reddish and yellow colors are maybe around 300 meters, just to calibrate your eye. And I think we're looking at a non-vertically exaggerated rendering of the bottom. So that really does give you an idea of how dramatic and how steep that face is.
I want to make sure we do it right.
Yeah, according to Sam, that is non-exaggerated.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
So we'll be keeping that up on stream 3 today between the full screen, and then it'll be on one of the quadrants of the quad split today.
I think that's great. It's a really fun one to watch if you're ever curious about where we are in the progression of this dive.
Maybe.
It's a tool that I really like having access to.
Definitely not like we saw on the bottom the other day.
HD1 is clear. You can rotate for HD2.
Copy, Roland. Come on in. I'll center it up for you. About as center as I can get it with the arm orientation. Does that work for you?
Plenty sufficient. That's perfect.
Perfect, Roger.
I'll go
Off
see
stick.
where the results are.
HD1 was clear. We're doing HD2, pilot.
Copy that. HD2.
Looks like quite a few comb jellies in the background, and I think I saw little fish, possibly a myctophid. There's a arrow worm up above one of the
Virtually no heat
Keating
today.
gnats.
Kind of nice.
Yeah. Visibility isn't great. I was going to say this is the perfect opportunity to get some beauty shots from Sirius, but we're going to have to bring Sirius pretty close to D2. Look at the D2's aft cam. You can hardly even see Sirius's lights back there.
That's pretty wild. Hogs is pretty much fully up too.
Yeah.
What if I bring down like aft bar, does that help us see the... Oh, it doesn't. No.
Might bring Ox down a bit. Ox is the one that brightens up that pool of light there.
Go ahead, Rich. Copy. Coming to port to 206, I believe you said. Oh, 260. Okay, copy. HD2 is clear. Copy.
Copy video.
Okay, stalling arm.
Roger.
So, what do we do, fellas? The ship is still maneuvering. Rotation is still at midship. 50 meters off bottom and holding. White balance is done. And we have to wait for the ship to dial in and be happy with their DP system. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Swing arm and hydraulics are secure, pilot.
Okay. And we can get into marching configuration and approach the bottom slowly once we get the all call. That's the only thing I feel like we could safely do right now.
Sure. On your mark, whenever you're ready.
Rowan, you're welcome to take
Getting a good look
same
now
shot.
at some of these guys.
Oh yeah.
Give me
Yeah, the
target.
little shiny sided fish, possibly myctophids or something else. And here's one of the comb jellies we've been seeing along the way. You can see those rows of the combs, and they light up in some really beautiful colors.
Oh, yeah. No, that's just, those aren't really lighting up, but those are like interference features off the cilia as they move.
Well, I thought they were...
Do they light up?
I thought they were, but
okay, wow.
like I said, I was just brushing up on my mesopelagic taxonomy in anticipation of the dive, but...
What are those floating jellies, the darker objects?
I don't think we've seen such a dense amount of snow in the water up till now.
Yeah.
Perhaps just reflecting we're pretty close to shore, just a couple miles in a couple different directions.
Do we try...
we also, I think, have the extra lights on, kind of like with the... Like we have the fog lights.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so everything is a little extra illuminated.
Sorry, Roland, which ones? Which lights?
The middle bank, whatever is shining in the middle of the screen.
Turn that down.
Let's see if that helps with backscatter. Yeah, I got plenty of levels, so if you want to bring down whatever's in the center. Yeah, that's good. We'll see how that operates.
All right.
I don't think it's healthy.
Back up.
Aha, prism effect,
Hold
the
right
product
there.
of light refraction rather than bioluminescence. There we go.
You want me to adjust my altitude? Just say so.
Copy. Let's just watch delta as I back up.
Roger that.
Bridge, deserving now.
All right. After a little bit of a hold about 50 meters off the bottom, where it looks like we're starting to descend down again. And I think we've got
Are you
little,
still turning?
there was a little bit of reorientation of the ship. It's I think a little tricky here where you've actually got 3 different bodies in the water, the ship and Sirius and D2, and all 3 of them need to be properly oriented for the conditions.
Okay, they're going to hold this for a couple of minutes.
Can you get the down cam on one of those screens? Is that the down cam on the 3rd screen, or is that your HD? BP dig.
That's HD. Let's
right,
get
right there. That one. Thank you.
This is the app. Is that what you want?
So right now on Cam 3, you can actually see the vehicle orientation.
Seeing your lights today.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Along with our depth and other critical numbers.
Got visual?
You're right there in the main, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a very cool jelly that just swam by.
We do have a lot of delta, but still.
Well
Yeah.
floated
I'm
by.
gonna spin right, not left.
Roger. Very low viz.
I wonder if we have any
I'm gonna come around.
pelagic
Push out.
biologists
Oh my
watching
goodness,
the
that's
water
really bad
column
viz.
today. This
Come down to
looks a
delta
little more
15
familiar
for
to
me.
me.
Hang out.
Something.
To 15 delta.
If you take the Sirius lights and bring the middle bank down, you might see the ROV better.
Give it a shot. Looks good.
Okay, come left.
Coming left. Oh, I mean, the thrusters stand by.
Look at the
Coming left.
let's look at blue view.
Locking in auto heading.
Nothing on blue view yet.
Main rotator coming up.
Okay, let's go down easy together.
Roger that. Coming out easy.
Ship seems like they're fairly good. Let's just acquire bottom,
Roger.
and we'll reassess before we make first move. At the point at which you're comfortable with the ship position holding, let's shift to A-frame nav.
Copy.
I don't know when that is. We won't make any ship moves until you've got it dialed in.
Bridge, deserving nav. We're getting close to the bottom. When you feel comfortable, would you change the center of rotation to A-frame?
So if you're watching on camera 3, you can see on the upper right a little rendering of the 3 vehicles. You can see the ship and Sirius and D2
please let me know before you start, please. We're pretty close to the bottom.
over a map of the seafloor. You can see the relative positions of the 3 ships. On the upper left, you can see kind of a close-up of
Good copy.
Sirius and D2. Sirius on the right and D2 on the left. See which way it's pointing in pretty much real time, and you can see the depth. We're now nearing about 515 meters depth.
Down's going to be the best. Bring up full lights to try to identify it. I'll do what I can.
We've also had a tentative ID on all of these ctenophores we're seeing, possibly Bolenopsis.
I've hit the back
The
scatter,
fused
the
cilia
maximum
move
rotation.
in a metachronal rhythm, like a wave in a stadium. I like that in a analogy. Oh.
Everybody loves the wave.
These are pelagic fish.
Okay, pushing forward a little bit.
And a couple of them,
Want to tilt up for me?
the smaller ones
Just
I know
push out
are
there. Let's go for like 75.
nyctophids or lanternfish.
Yeah, I'll
But
follow you.
Okay.
there's a pretty wide diversity, and I'm
16
you
delta.
know, not zoomed in too closely, so I think it would be hard to confirm
down.
from back here.
Roger that.
This will be an interesting dive.
Wow.
All right.
I don't see anything on his camera. I don't know. Are you
There's
guys
a
seeing
little
it?
bar, yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. What is that?
Go ahead, Rich.
Some kind of a circular thing in the water column, and lots more of these fishes. They look
copy.
like
My main HT is
McTovens to
looking
me, but
full back, Todd.
anyone on the
so
science chat, feel free to
push out
pipe
a little
in.
more you can.
Okay. So go ahead and tilt
Okay,
forward
that
so I
flip is
can
up there.
push
Thank you.
myself out there.
This
We're
is
within
looking
sight of bottom.
straight down.
There's the bottom.
Might
And
adjust your-
tilting up to 70 degrees.
Okay, they're switching center rotation to A-frame right now.
Copy. Yep.
Wow, and yeah,
70
really
degrees down
dense
right there.
70 degrees on.
marine snow
To 65, and we'll just hold
as we
until
approach
they're
the bottom
finished
of this
fooling
feature
around
that
with
we've
the
identified.
position.
Might want to adjust your blue sonar.
65
Yeah.
for you.
Thank you, Roland. I'll be doing that in a moment.
So again, if you check out our rendering on stream 3, you can see the position of G2 is just at the kind of the flat base of this feature. As we progress further, we'll get pretty steep pretty quickly.
Roger that.
I think I'm seeing
I've only
quite a
got
few
one light
black
bank
corals
on
in the
Sirius.
background.
Let me see if I can
Oh.
adjust that.
Yeah,
Just helping me see you a little bit.
it wasn't so bad.
You can see tether now.
There's definitely a little bit of current.
Copy that. Got visual.
So we see a fairly pebbly bottom here. Wondered if we were going to see something like this or something a little more mud covered, and my guess is with the tidal currents keeps the rocks swept fairly clean right here, at least right here.
Roger that. I'm going to range in blue view.
And I think just right away between the ones in the foreground and a few I've seen in the back, we've seen something like 10 black corals
Copy.
already just in this,
Great, it's observing now.
Got blue view.
just
30
right where we
meters.
landed.
Right.
I want
It's
to
very
update
cool.
the payload, please. It's
Go
going to
ahead
be
and zoom in
due
on
Maybe
west
at some point
270.
If you want to
Zoom in
video.
on these, but they all look like a Bathy Pathy's black coral.
Copy.
You're-
And then we're
As
currently
we
on
zoom
the
in,
bottom.
you can
deploy
see
arms.
Roger
the
that.
darker
Mind
skeletal
your
material,
position.
the
I think you're drifting.
where the
Stern a
black
little
coral
bit.
gets their name,
You're drifting.
covered in this
Maybe I
kind
am.
of translucent orange tissue, and
Go
those
ahead, exit.
those pieces dangling from the branch are the tentacles of the polyps on this coral.
We understand.
You can see just kind of
front row
loosely
copies
blowing
all.
in the current, looking for food. So it'll be picking out
All right. I'm going to go ahead and deploy the swing arms
bits
for
of
you,
this
Tom.
marine snow, which
Okay.
we've seen falling or flowing in abundance through
Maybe
this
we shouldn't
area.
put the rowers
already.
too far down
It's very cool.
Roger that.
because of the potential vertical stuff coming up.
Copy
We
that.
should probably stash the drawer too.
Don't know what that round looking, is that a
Drawer snugged up.
Yeah, a
Uppers
couple
out.
of.
sponge maybe, or?
I think they're all
Yeah,
anemones.
already,
I
okay.
think, and a really beautiful banded brittle star.
I was looking at that light, the light colored, okay.
Arms are out. Todd.
And then some shells, I think, of there are bivalves down here as
Over there in
well.
the lowers.
Kind
You
of
can see
scattered
the
in the
lowers.
Yeah, they were
softer
good,
sediment
John.
around
The
some of these
uppers are fully
smaller
out.
Uppers are
pebbles.
Yeah.
hard to see, but
Agree.
at least you can see the light pool from Sirius is broader. At least it gives you better kind of target.
Oh, that's a
to
great
look for.
idea.
Just
ROV
reminds-
watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
I'm wondering if we could get set up for a water sample whenever it's a good time.
We can definitely do a water sample. Do we have someone on survey 2?
Yes, there is.
Okay, survey 2. Are you survey 2 is ready? Nav, you ready?
Yeah, right.
All right. We'll
Guess I should
take
get ready.
one. Let's take it at 45 seconds after. Resetting this gun. Oh, enable HPU. There we go. 3, 2, 1, fire.
Good fire.
Skewing HPU.
All right, I have sample ID EX2306-D09-01W, Niskin Bottle 1 at 544 meters.
That is correct.
Lasers.
Watch lead.
Lasers on.
Full wide.
Okay. Science. We have the bridge and our dive supervisor sorting out exactly what heading to pick to split the wind and current. They're up there maneuvering the ship right now. And we've been asked just to stay parked for a few more minutes.
Sure, sounds good.
Potential snail center screen.
Well, we can take this opportunity to scan around and look at any interesting creatures, or we could as well zoom in on some of these rocks. I expect quite a variety of different rock types here compared to what we saw out on basaltic seamounts.
Yeah, gastropod shell looks like it's damaged or dead, especially at the end there.
Well, in acquiring bottom, I brought the mains back up.
Yep.
They're like 90. Is that still too hot?
There we go.
Level-wise, it's good. That's the bottom of my blacks. So that's when I try to paint out the dust.
Yeah. So you can
it's
see
just barely within specs.
The shape of the shell and the ridges that we see can help us identify this. I'd say it's some kind of a whelk, perhaps.
Yeah, so what you can do to bring it down like 50% from the center.
Some of those little juvenile scallops in behind, and a polyp of some kind right beside it.
Relationship, right? It's pretty exponential as you get close to the 100.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'd say that's a big ctenophore. We've seen quite a few of these, possibly in the genus Bolenopsis.
Just trying to use those outer arms more than the inner arms.
Oh, very interesting little fish. I don't know these ones. If we have any fish biologists watching.
Trying to get a better view of D2 from Sirius.
So we're in a pretty different territory from the kinds of areas that I'm used to diving.
Yeah,
so
probably your
lots of new things for me.
Out. Outer ones on might be best.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see so many black corals down here right away.
Yeah, it sure does. I like that.
That's the drawback.
I think they all have a similar morphology. So I look at the way that those side branches, which we call pinnules, come off the main stem.
How do you feel about putting the
and because there's two really long rows, that indicates to me that it's bathypathes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Shrimp upper right.
I also have records of cup corals existing in this area, so every anemone I'm going to look at a little bit closer to see if I might be mistaking it for a cup coral. Oh, there's something big, a big sea star.
Oh, that's a big star. That's pretty close. I'm going to go look at the star. That's within range of what I would call parked. I don't think we'll get parked at by dive super. We're scooting along a couple of meters.
Yeah, as long as you're within tether range.
Yeah, we're not going to call a ship yet until we get the all clear.
That's a relatively
Look at that guy.
position, Todd.
Wow, yeah, this is huge.
It's a fish, lower right, flat shape.
Oh.
Probably a nail pound or something.
I don't know. I'm already seeing lots of fauna that I'm not familiar with, so I'd love a zoom on this one.
Okay, Roman. I'm getting it centered.
Big coral to the right.
Go ahead, Rich.
Oh, oh, look at that.
Cute.
Very different.
Wow. A little shrimp beside it. Very different from the fish that we've been seeing so far. Of course, it's not in any of my guides, because mine are all really biased towards the offshore region.
Okay. That sounds really good. That's good news.
Yeah, the thruster is definitely much better from here as well.
Just look at a few of these things in this area.
Do we have a Sean or a Levi listening in? Or a bobby.
Wow. Let's see. How's our science chat looking? No tentative IDs coming in from the science chat, but we'll have lots of really good imagery. You can see the patterns in the scales, the alternating lighter and dark patches,
Cute.
and the shape of this fish is very different from those that we've seen. It's super cute. Wow. Yeah, look at the really bright white coloration at the end of the fins. And of course now I'm starting to look at the invertebrates nearby.
I've seen a couple of these honeycomb-like
Scoot up to the star in a moment.
features in different places. Not sure what those are.
You're right, Pilot. I think Sirius is definitely being pushed around by the current a tad. Keep noticing drift.
Some pretty big shrimp kind of walking along the seafloor.
Lasers on.
I'm going to ooch up to the star.
Wow.
Yeah, there are 10 of these bathyes black corals just in this one shot. And of course, a giant sea star in the middle. I wish that Chris Ma was tuning in today. But
sure
in
don't have much of a view from the
absence
distance.
of
Glad we have this multi-beam.
their expertise, it is
Okay,
a
Ron, you
Saturday,
wanna start going in
so
on
I
it?
understand. We'll collect some detailed imagery of this one as we're waiting for the ship to reposition. And yeah, judging by the size
shot.
and the
Pilot.
different features that we can see with this
Pay a little visit, Levi.
excellent zoom, and we
If you
should
don't
be able to
mind.
have a pretty good idea
Wow.
Before we
of what
get rolling.
species this is.
Thanks.
Yeah. Look at
Slight tilt up to the
the
center.
morphology, these little kind of spiky balls
Yeah,
coming out,
I mean,
Good.
covering the dermal layer of the sea star.
Mm-hmm.
Now pan down to the nearest foot.
It's beautiful.
Bridge, this is RV nav. Okay, so it comes around, so it's just oscillating quite a bit. I feel down here that the ship is moving back and forth about 10 meters. Just wanted to know if you were holding position, but it looks like you're coming back. Never mind.
Okay, full specimen.
Lasers are on. Should
Copy.
I tell it before
Thank
you
you.
get to it?
Yeah.
Lasers off. Tilting up as you rack.
So a couple of anemones
Perfect.
dwarfed by this really large sea star.
Still cam's a little dark today, isn't it?
A little bit. Yeah, thanks for keeping an eye on that. Just let us know if you
Yeah.
notice any.
Go over
Yeah,
to the
deviations.
shrimp bottom
She
left
said
first.
that the DP system said we were within 3 meters.
Oh, a couple of
This
crinoids.
shows about 10 meters.
Oh, I think
so
I
you
see
might
one of the
swing a little
benthic
bit.
jellies in the background.
Two shrimp.
I'll try to help keep an eye on that as
We'll
well.
just collect a little bit of imagery of these shrimp. Really beautiful patterning on the sides. So we've got Goniasterid
Go ahead, tilt up to the
as a potential group for the sea star, the really large sea star that we just saw. ROV watch lead. There's a jelly kind of in the background that I was hoping to get a better look at. Where did it go? Up there, at the top now. And slightly to the left of center. Attached to a rock.
Center.
I love these. So I've just started seeing these this year. Never noticed one before. I've never collected one, and now that I keep my eye out for them, I see them.
Right.
I've seen them pretty consistently. These.
What's the whitish translucent thing to the left of the jelly?
Well, that's a good question. It looks like some kind of I thought it could be an egg deposit. It could be a bryozoan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on the rock. Just beside the jelly was where we were looking. So we have a Tychogastria benthic hydromedusa. Very cool. And of course that nice scallop in the foreground.
Start off at 30. Take it as 60.
Kind of looks almost round.
60.
Oh, it does, yeah.
Sort of a thing that looks not rock-like, but maybe some skeleton or body of something. Maybe, or...
I mean, I also expect to see quite a bit more wood and
Exactly.
debris, judging by the scenery today when we started out our day.
So
Wouldn't surprise me.
So with these, if we're starting to see some boulder-sized rocks, but it's hard to say what any of them are from here, and we can expect almost anything. Though the local geology from the islands around us would tell us might be seeing sedimentary rocks, slates and shales, or sandstones even. The glaciers that came through here could have carried nearly anything and dropped it here as they melted. So almost anything up glacier flow from here might be expected. And when we do look up close, you do see a little bit of variation too, some kind of palish, beige to reddish, light reddish looking rocks, but most of them seem to be sort of a dark and fine grain feature, which I would think would likely be a siltstone. It's a lot harder here out in those volcanoes. We pretty much could make a good guess.
Go ahead.
And say those were basalts, but here it's a lot tougher.
Oh, this is cool. I think this is also possibly a dead glass sponge skeleton. You can see a little bit of a pattern in the holes, but hard to say for sure because it's covered in debris. And dozens of brittle stars.
And brittle stars.
Yeah. I would imagine Chris Ma would be really excited about these. I really like the stripy ones.
Chris is back with us.
Oh, great.
In the chat.
Oh, good. We've had an ID of Gephariaster swifty for the that giant sea star that we saw. And we're seeing Ophiophilus aculeata, these brittle stars.
Oh, I like their
little juvenile crinoid.
I love the alternating light and purplish colors of their arms.
Yeah, the banding is really beautiful. Pink ones are one of the most common Alaskan ophiuroids. And I've also had some input from our science
you guys
chat.
want to get
These
a move
are
in, or?
handled
Sure.
shrimp.
Yeah.
Waypoint 2 selected. Distance is only
markers. Okay, there's a waypoint 3 somewhere. We're only like 80 meters away from it.
Yeah, we can take it relatively slow. Maybe a
ROV, this is Watch
10
Lead.
meter
Go ahead.
or something.
Could I get a zoom on the base of this coral here?
Roger that.
Okay, so your heading is 130.
Sorry, when you said go ahead, I thought you
Then
meant
the
Yeah,
bearing
go
to the
ahead. Go ahead,
waypoint
video.
is
Let's get the fish, and then we'll go up to the base.
130 as well. Okay.
Yeah, maybe 10 meters at 130. Does that work for you, pilot?
Okay,
Yep.
yeah. We'll call
Yeah,
that
another
up,
one of
and
these
then I'll
fish.
ask the watch leads what they want to do after we get there.
And once you're clear, video,
Not in
we'll
any
come
of
up
my
to the coral.
keys, which are heavily biased
the
to
eye
the
check.
offshore
Zero
region,
coming up.
so I'd be happy to hear from anybody in our science chat that has an idea of an identification for this one.
Okay, going to coral.
Okay,
Seeing
going to
some
coral base.
circulid worm tubes encrusting on these rocks, the white little tube structures you can see.
It's a little bit blocked, so I'll bounce up a little.
This is
Get a little
interesting. It looks
closer.
like I'm seeing
See a
some
white one,
sweeper
just about
tentacles in the base of
6
this
or 8
coral.
inches diagonal upright from there as well. It's a little bitty one.
Okay, go ahead.
Going to base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's interesting. I don't know if we've noticed this on any of the black coral so far. Also, yeah, I'd say that is an encrusting bryozoan.
Oh, okay.
A little white spot to the left. But yeah, if we could pan up this black coral to see just the transition between
Follow
these
up.
long, they look like sweeper tentacles, up to the regular
slow.
branching that we're used to seeing on other individuals.
And so those are meant to discourage climbers
This
or
is
predators.
it's the impression that I get, but it's interesting. I haven't noticed them, at least not this prominent, on some of the other black corals, so the bathypathes especially that we've been seeing. So that's an interesting feature.
Let's go full screen.
That's a great zoom. Thanks for that. We might just scan around a little bit more. There's lots to see and to document.
Yep.
Seeing some
I haven't heard any clouds for it,
anemones.
though.
You should look at it though.
Yeah, if we
Video
could
clear.
pan out and maybe scan around a little bit.
Roger, let's come
Thank
on.
you. Yeah, yeah, possibly
Pink
a
one there.
juvenile. Oh, there's some interest in a zoom on this urchin, please. It's in the lower, yeah,
Just a quick
right there.
snap. We're going to lose it quickly.
Holding onto a couple rocks. It's
Yeah.
possibly a young geologist.
Cute. Thanks for that. That's great.
Yep, let's come wide before the cloud comes in. Let's move to clean water.
So the bathypathes, black corals we could be seeing could be the species
Don't
Alaskiensis.
think you're going to find that today.
Well, cleaner than my toe kicking it up.
And there's just a really dense,
Okay,
aggregation
pilot.
of them here. We've seen
Just wanted to
Different
bring your
kind of
attention to
dozens
the fact is
already.
how the
Yeah,
ship
been
is
really
oscillating
big
a little bit.
bandolid
so,
shrimp
Roger. Do you need me to push out, co-pilot?
and anemones,
I
and of
think you're
course
okay
a really
for now.
dense
Just at your pace,
marine
yeah.
snowfall.
go ahead, Rich.
Urchin.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll call the moves at Decimal 1 then.
So it looks like we're
Fuzzy
approaching,
green left of lasers.
Yeah, it's different.
getting a little bit closer to this feature, and then it's going to get
Going.
pretty vertical pretty quickly.
Crinoid.
Oh, a nice crinoid. And some kind of worm or sea cucumber ahead of it, and a gastropod, probably a whelk just to the left of it.
For your reference pilot, I came up just a tad. And
Roger.
Video's
main
good.
rotator 70
Okay,
degrees.
continue on.
It's great, thank you.
Pilot, Andy wanted to know if you're okay with him taking control of the DVL for like a few minutes.
That's fine. I'm not using it.
Okay, yeah.
There's a different,
Todd might when he
you know,
gets back.
maybe
but
a
I'm good.
I'll let him
different
know.
colored stone there too.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't take that long, so.
Another star.
Okay,
Left,
so they finished that
dynamo
move.
left.
You can see.
There's still some oscillation there, Nav. I'm keeping a
Yeah,
close eye
I
on
think
it.
it's probably like the current.
Mhm.
The ADCP shows the current at 0 pretty much. So it might be changing maybe like.
Is that a rock or is that
0.1,
something?
0.2, like up
Oh,
or down,
encrusting on the rock.
Encrusting.
Yeah, it's hard to
It's
say.
interesting,
ROV,
little-
this is
Let's get a
Watch
snap.
Thank you.
Ovals it's drawing
How
on
did you know?
my back.
Right
Yeah.
there, yeah.
Uh,
Go ahead, video.
I guess just let him know
Looks
if
like a
you feel
sponge
like
on a
you're
rock.
moving left or
Aha.
right. Yeah, if he's not moving.
Cirrus definitely
Yeah,
seems
so
to be
thinly
moving
encrusting
ever so slightly.
Yeah, I imagine.
Sponge,
it
I
would.
think.
Sponge.
Yeah, on top of
This
this
is like
rock,
7
not
meters.
a different colored rock.
But as long as it's holding relative.
Oh, very cool. I
position,
wonder,
Max.
noticing some lighter spots and an interesting little
keep a close eye.
branching invertebrate also attached to this rock.
Yeah, I'm
It's
pretty
hard
far
to
from
make
it.
out features, but maybe we'll see more.
Let's come back out.
Thanks for that.
So I see it looks like another one over there on the left of the maybe the same kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen this many bathypathes
Go ahead, Rich.
corals aggregated before. Usually you see them kind of pretty sparsely distributed, even though they can get
Go ahead.
a
We
decent
are
size, but
at,
we've seen
the rotation
so
center
many just in
rotation
this,
set day frame.
just
That's
at the
right.
foot of this wall that we're about to
Okay, go ahead.
approach.
We're changing the heading a few degrees to port.
Copy now.
Oh, interesting that that bathypathy species was only just described in 2021. So a fairly new species to science.
This looks different, or I guess the color's just different for now.
The near ground.
No, that big one.
I'm seeing part of a
That
dead
was-
skeleton in the foreground.
Huh?
A really
Get
large
rid of that
anemone
first,
to the
but-
right.
It's a new white anemone for the day.
Yeah, we'll get a. I'm gonna pass it off. We'll get it stable.
Copy.
So the white urchin that we saw earlier was Strongylocentris pallidus, and I think that might be another one just in the back. Take a closer look at this really cool looking anemone.
He said EXRB or DK?
Again, I'm keeping an
Yeah,
eye out. I
XRB.
think we should end up seeing some cup corals at some point, which from far away can maybe be mistaken for small anemones.
Look like he shoved something in its mouth.
Yeah, it does. It looks like there are several of the larger tentacles kind of folded in towards the mouth, indicating that this anemone might be eating something. It's just beautiful.
Can
I
we
love
get
the
more
color
centered up
gradient.
on this?
Oh, and I'm seeing
Todd, can
some
we get more centered up on this?
some kind of a shell also to
I'm
the
with
side
you,
that
Roland.
looks like
Stand
it's
by.
encrusted with sponge.
neat.
Currently
Yeah.
don't have DVL.
Or on the bottom of the, like even before he sat down?
No. Andy just took it because he's getting some
Understood.
ratings.
Copy.
He'll give it back to you in a few minutes.
Wow, look at the color.
Yeah, this is beautiful. I think we're all kind
Bearing
of
of the
squinting to
move
see
was
if we can
130.
catch a glimpse of what this
I'll take
anemone
that.
might have been eating. Of course, there are other reasons it could be retracted, but I'm seeing a lot of tentacles in towards the mouth, so it makes me wonder.
I think, yeah, the current is changing quite a bit. Going to the south, going to the north.
Just, yeah, these stripes
Slight,
of
but
pink.
it is moving around. And we want to dial
It's
in
very,
another move and
very
see how it
stunning.
starts to settle.
Now, let me call
How's your
them up
tether
to see.
looking?
I'm inspecting it right now. Looks like there's a little loop there.
A little bit of a loop, huh?
Yeah. Might come up just a little bit here.
Go ahead, Bridge.
So,
A little bit of memory in it.
let's see. ROB, there was a rock to the right that looked like it might have some other
Coffee.
encrusting fauna that we're
We're
interested
holding
in.
position. We're
Sorry.
still about
Well, actually, I'm having trouble hearing you. Stand by
Oh.
one. I'm hearing some bridge
60
traffic.
meters
Sure.
from the steepest part.
Small fish upper right. We were looking for a rock.
Okay, watch lead. I'm ready.
Just kind of panning around, I thought I might have seen a cup corals on one of these rocks, but they could be anemones. The far ones to the left, I think, is a nice clump to take a look at.
Okay.
I'll bring my camera down just a bit, Todd.
Oh, apparently for this species of black coral, the depth range normally under 1,100 meters, so we're at about 525 now. Okay. Oh, I see that one. Great. There we go. 539. Yeah, if we could zoom in just above the lasers.
Stand by one video.
Standing by.
So of all these cobbles and boulders, I haven't seen anything that stands out as looking like a
Okay, video.
granitic rock.
Sounds
Looks
close
mostly
to
to
it.
be darker, fine grain,
I can get a little
possibly
closer. I do have one
sedimentary
coral
in
on my right
origin.
toe I don't want to run over.
So this big sheer face we're about to ascend, we're thinking it might be, or at least I'm thinking it might be granitic, but the lack of any boulders down here means either nothing's really fallen off it into this debris yet, or it's not granite.
That one to the right could be a cup coral. Those two to the left are definitely anemones, but this lower one,
Really
I'm
neat.
thinking. Well, no, it's hard to tell from this angle too. That's okay. I think we'll keep on moving along and scanning as we go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sure we would have interest in that sea star above the lasers and a little to the left.
Roger.
Thank you.
Really amazing amount of marine snow in this area compared to what we've been seeing, and yet the rocks are all still exposed too, so that tells me that that stuff is not piling up. It's getting swept by currents before it develops too much of a layer that would obscure the rocks.
And obscure any coral attachment. I think if
Yes.
this was, if the marine snow was allowed to fully settle here, we'd be looking at soft sediment ecosystem instead of having these spaces where the black corals can attach to something hard to grow. So we're coming up to this very cool looking sea star here.
Todd, maintaining about 15-meter delta at the moment. If you have a preference on changing that, let me know. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the tether for
Yeah,
you.
let's keep an eye on that.
Okay.
Well, that'll unravel itself. I mean, you can, if you want, you can try to go back to the left or right 180 and then come back and see if it unfolds itself, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it just needs to kind of...
Yeah.
Roland, you want to take C-star? Yeah, I think there's enough slack. You could totally do that.
Roger that.
And it'll put a nice...
We're not getting the beautiful overviews of D2 from Sirius on this particular dive with all this debris in the water. But it does give you an idea of what we're dealing with. And
Don't?
No. Too much backscatter just makes everything...
20%, I'll kill it.
and the relative amount of debris we're seeing.
There you go. That's the ticket, John.
Beautiful.
130.
Very different pattern than the one that we zoomed in on earlier. Instead of having those kind of ball-like structures, we have little spikes with
not doing anything. What do you need, Roland?
a whole bunch of different projections coming out that makes it look a little fuzzy or spiky.
There is a coral above it.
Go ahead, Rich. Full screen.
Christopher Ma is back with us. He says these are a little faster. And I'm not going to try to pronounce the species, but says they're predators on crinoids. They can sneak up on crinoids and grab them without them getting away.
Oh.
I'd like to see that sometime.
So would I. As we learned on an earlier dive, those crinoids can swim really fast.
Partial.
I guess if they're sneaky, they could get away with it. I think I'm good to continue if we're able to kind of scan the general area. We had a good close-up of this one earlier.
Yet?
Not those.
Okay. So, science pilot, we're still fighting the surface conditions. The ship is maneuvering. We are not going to be making any ship moves presently, but we can continue to scan around the bottom of this area.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are happy scanning.
Those remind me of brachiopods.
Well, I find it very hard to tell.
Yeah.
Doesn't remind me of anything that we've had a solid ID on so far. Brachiopods, lamp shells. There we go.
Clear.
And of course some empty scallop shells. These are fairly large brachiopods. Very cool.
2 stars left of upper left of lasers.
Seeing lots of Okearoid arms.
See the ones.
Some of these anemones that we could be mistaken for cup corals at a certain size.
Should we go in on it?
I think we should as close as
I think
you
some
can.
juvenile bathypathes.
Big shrimp there. Right toe.
Alaskensis.
Go ahead, Rich.
No, I can't tell if that's a spiny crab from back here.
20%.
Go ahead, John.
Say again, I missed what you said.
20% light.
20% on?
ROV, if we could get a zoom. Oh, thanks.
There should be about 20 there.
Okay. One of those, you know, way more than 5-armed sea star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably 9 or 10 arms.
I do. Just trying to get focus and lighting adjusted.
A rose star, beautiful, cross-aster peposus.
Excellent.
Seeing some really beautiful colors, a lot of pinks on some of the zooms that we've done so far. I'm loving it. And that long-legged crustacean hanging on to, I don't know, some debris coming off of these rocks, some kind of tube.
There was either anemone or cup coral at the bottom left. I'm going to scan that way.
Sure, sounds good. Oh, this is interesting, this white branching thing down here. I'm keeping an eye out for
Cup coral.
hydrocorals. Oh, that's a cup coral. To the left. Beautiful. Okay, so these are cup corals. They're stony corals, so they have this really hard calcareous calcium carbonate skeleton that makes that cup shape. So after the coral dies, that little cup will remain for a very long time.
20%.
But you can see the,
About 40.
you know, kind of similar to an anemone. It has the ring of tentacles and the mouth in the middle.
It's just too bright.
The key difference being they make these really stony skeletons.
Are you happy with the tether now, John?
Yeah, much happier. We'll keep an eye on it.
Beautiful.
Partial.
So thanks to Rianne for this idea. We have, it's likely Caryophilia being so rounded and judging by the size. Caryophilia alaskensis is pretty widespread around this area, so a strong contender for that ID.
Okay.
Excellent.
Lights are clear.
Coming down.
Lasers off. Okay, I'll just scoot along a little bit. The ship is still making a heading change, trying to get their all the forces lined up. So we'll just scan along.
I'm thinking this is going to be a cephalopod day. What do you guys think?
I was hoping so. What's that white thing? Is that of interest? Bottom screen?
It's a sea urchin. We could get a snap zoom. I think we have an ID on that one.
It's a brighter cup coral above right.
Oh, yeah.
Better target.
Do both. I'll come in first on this bottom field of view, and then I'll tilt up.
And I'm going to call it possible.
So again, the urchins in this area are mostly Strongylocentrotus. But this nice close-up will help us to confirm.
Tilt up. Max in.
Beautiful. So you can see the, really small tube feet along the bottom, just walking along the substrate.
Sorry.
Excellent.
Look
It's
at
a
those
beautiful zoom.
top
Thank
of
you
that
for that.
Okay.
Another pinkish anemone, and this Bathypathes alaskensis. Another cup coral, I think, up on that rock up there.
Go ahead, Owen.
You don't want to get in closer?
Not without running down that nice black coral. I could only get a teeny bit closer, so let's just snap in.
Oh, cool. So this one looks like it's, missing some of the tissue that we saw on the other one. It looks like there's still kind of mouth, but I'm not seeing any of the tentacles or the tissue that's normally covering that outer ring.
Partial?
Very
Partial.
interesting. Of course, I can see the windy banded arms of those brittle stars we saw earlier. Ophiophilus aculeata. Okay, this could just be really a really retracted one. So possible that the tentacles can tuck way in there. That's interesting.
Okay, I think diagonal up left was a sort of a pinkish purple, just a meter left. It's like a starfish. You see it just left edge of screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good
I
eye.
couldn't tell if that was an encrusting sponge, but yeah, now I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern.
Go in with lasers.
Oh, very cool. Good catch.
You zoom when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Very small.
Very small.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, what kind of looked like an encrusting sponge from afar is a small sea star.
With really short legs,
Yeah.
arms, whatever
Yeah.
they are.
What kind of rock is that?
Yeah, and lots of stuff encrusting the rock. Looks like a little accumulation of some of that debris, maybe a bit of slime, but this
Yeah, part of
sea
it
star
looks
is
like it's
fantastic.
kind of
Wow,
rolled out.
look at it. Pteraster, one of many species of pteraster in this area.
Seen before? Is that a known species?
I haven't heard from the ship in a while. How are they doing?
Pretty sure they're still
I haven't.
trying
I
to-
don't have any information on the
Bridge
exact
is
species, but
opening up.
the genus seems to be known from this area.
Just
I'd
working on
imagine,
update.
especially at that size, that they're very difficult to differentiate in situ. Probably something you'd have to do in the lab. There's another large sea star, I think, up to the right.
Copy, still changing the heading. Thank you. I mean, right now the current is mostly
I
north.
think there's
so
a sediment
pretty sure they're gonna
covered
try to
sea
face
cucumber.
both. We're still maybe like
Look at the cucumber at the bottom.
40 degrees,
Lasers.
30 degrees.
I don't see it rolling.
I've seen something
directly
like
right
this. Let's
next
see
to
if I can
The really fuzzy thing.
pull it up in my guide.
Dirt covered.
Possibly like
I'll take a peek down, pilot.
Okay.
Pseudostichopus is the one that I have in my guide from the offshore region of a
Want to take fish or cucumber?
sea cucumber that
Got a spin.
kind of covers itself in sediment like this.
Back with you.
He really wants to be on camera.
Well, we can oblige him.
And another interesting fish. A couple of different
So
ones.
where'd you go?
Go ahead, partial.
Oh yeah, what is that?
Hmm.
In case he scurries
Reminds
away.
me of a fish we zoomed in on the other day.
Fogs are off.
Oh, and a really small juvenile coral to the right there. So yeah, this close-up will help us confirm, looking at the patterning on the different color patterns and the spines coming out, will help us to give this fish an ID. Ask a room full of invertebrate taxonomists. You get some pretty funny answers.
Right. Like, the best we can do is fishy fish.
So if you're tuning in from home, you might not know, but we have access to the science chat room, which is a messaging system we use to keep in touch with our shore-based scientists. So I'm lucky to be joined by quite a few scientists tuning in from shore that can help us with different identifications and observations. So we really appreciate our science, shore-based scientists tuning in on a Saturday especially.
White sponge.
Yeah, you get a lot of fun guesses with a bunch of invertebrate biologists on board.
Emily Ash is going to weigh in with a dark fin sculpin guess.
That sounds familiar. That is a species that I think we had identified on an earlier dive, so I think that's a solid tentative identification. Could we zoom in on this, the purple thing on this rock? It's to the right, or sorry, to the left of center, yeah, right there.
Oh, just by the anemone.
Could be another one of those worms that we saw earlier. My eyes are always out for, there's a purple stoloniferous coral that I'd love to get a sample of.
Lights at 30%.
30 eye.
Ooh, a little too close for comfort for those anemones. They just
Is that going to work for you, Roland?
Yep.
really retracted. Oh, it is. It's another one of these scale worms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can see their bristles coming out, kind of the feet-like appendages. These little brushes, and if you look closely, I can see sort of overlapping scales.
Yeah, but
in this really beautiful
the currents keeps
purple
on
color.
shifting.
That's why it keeps
Right
on
now
catching
it's
my eye, I
lining
think.
up with the wind, which is good, but it just keeps moving back and forth.
Oh, it's just beautiful. Wow, look at that.
So is that actually a worm, or is that just an unfortunate name?
No, I think it's a polychaete.
Interesting.
Polychaete worm, yeah. With these, really beautiful scales, but I've never seen them open up quite like this, so you can see a bit more of the body underneath.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Is that a suction sample request?
I don't think it's on our list. No, I think we'll leave it be. Thanks. I find those scales fall off pretty easily. They don't. They can shed them, I think, when they're threatened, so they get disassociated pretty quickly. I think we'll definitely leave this one unless there's a specific request. Seeing lots of, every time we zoom in, we see lots of really small juvenile black corals. Hard to tell the exact species, but I think it's safe to say quite a few of them are smaller versions of the Bathypathes alaskensis we've been seeing.
Can I turn fogs off?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of different encrusting sponges, and then these patches of brittle stars.
Have you guys noticed how clean, as in no man-made detritus, we've been seeing on all these expeditions up here? It's somewhat new to doing these deep ocean? I don't think we've seen any yet. This is our 10th dive or 9th dive.
Yeah, we usually see soda cans, plastic bags.
Oh, interesting.
All sorts of human detritus.
Yeah, you'd think so close to land for sure.
This is our 9th dive. I don't think we've seen a single piece of... Have we seen a single piece of...
We've seen fishing gear.
Have we? Okay.
Yeah,
We have seen
fishing
the
gear
fishing
and
line,
some
right.
pipe, I think. Like, yeah, maybe like a metal pipe of some kind. Those are the only kind of anthropogenic items that I think we've noticed so far.
Right.
Oh, I think I see a crinoid swimming by below. Again, got a little too close for comfort. This skeleton, it looks like a dead skeleton of
Video swapping out.
the black corals that we're
Copy.
seeing.
Another one of those fish.
Yeah, those really long ones. So we have a possible dark fin sculpin to the right. And then this one, oh, you know what? It does remind me of a fish I have seen. Let me see. I'm going to check my guide that, as I mentioned, is heavily biased towards the offshore.
In a nice spot. We might as well take a look at them, Caitlin.
Okay.
Yeah, let's have a
Everybody
little
looked
zoom
up.
on
He's already
that
right in center.
boulder in
They
the
are
center,
quite cute,
or
so
Huh.
the fish
no
first.
qualms against-
Copy that, Jamie.
Now there's one, there's a fish called a ronquil that it's reminding me of. But that would be
holding here.
Okay.
that would be a guess.
Go ahead, Bridge.
And yeah, actually, everywhere you look, there are these little tiny sticks, like dark-colored sticks with the translucent polyps on them. Those are
Copy.
juvenile black
Thank you.
corals. It's actually very cool to document as well.
And video is clear.
Okay, we're going to keep scanning left and look at this rock.
Okay.
Ooh, yes,
Can you
please.
look at that?
It's hard for me to see through the
Yeah, so are we
surfaced
comfortable
incrustations.
moving to the east or
I
not?
wondered if it
They
wasn't.
say
It's a
that
little bit
they're
more angular
accurate
than a
on
lot of what we're
current.
seeing, which
Yeah.
Position.
would suggest that it hasn't come very
haven't
far,
heard
hasn't
anything
been
from
carried
us,
very
so-
far by the
I
glaciers.
think
But
we try to make a 10 or 20 meter move and see how it does it. You know,
Okay.
we
I
have
mean-
to test it.
Yeah, it will hold unless the current shifts.
perhaps one of
yes,
the
do
local
start with
sandstones, or
Okay.
perhaps
So
that's
10
what
to
this
130.
this big face that we're about to
Works.
ascend is made of.
A couple different kinds of encrusting
Good
sponges
one,
on
you are.
there,
Okay. Coming
Uh,
out.
and a few
This is
different
Arabic
sizes
now.
of this anemone.
If you feel comfortable right now
That's full
with the
wide.
move, let's do 10 meters range.
No, I think we'd love a zoom of it, a sea star. Thanks. I can't tell. Are the lasers on? I'd love to get a... Ah, there we go. Get an idea of the size of these. There's a couple of really big sea stars so far. Ooh, okay. This reminds me of a sea star we saw a little bit earlier on in the survey, where you can see that like a real shift between the area around the center of the sea star, and then kind of farther down the leg, you see a, I'm not sure if that's a little bit of damage or, oh, here we go. a large benthopectinid sea star. Chiraster, I think, is the pronunciation note that I got the last time. See if I nailed it.
Michael Vecchione, I hope I said that right, says the curled up fish was an eel pout.
Oh, an eel pout, okay. Excellent to know. I wonder, yeah, I'd love the, maybe I'll look up the scientific name. I can add it to my guide. We've seen quite a few of them so far. That's great.
Rianne is expresses a little surprise that the bathypathes are doing well here in such a sedimented region, but I'll note that the sediment isn't really sticking. I think this is probably as much as the area ever gets, in spite of everything we see in the water column. I think the currents are keeping this fairly well swept off. Otherwise, these rocks and of course all these creatures that anchor on the rocks wouldn't be here.
Pilot watch lead. Definitely interested in zooming in on some of these smaller black corals. Yeah, since we're hanging out here, it'd be nice to see some of the juveniles. That's a crinoid, but down a little bit and to the right, kind of in between that and the anemone there, I think. Yeah, right in the center now. Yeah, there's the more you zoom in, the more you see. Let's see. Okay, so we're just in general, we're okay to move now? Great. So, so that's a great zoom for us if we're, yeah, good to continue. No, we're good. I think we've seen quite a few of these on other dives. They are very cute. Beautiful. So this could be another one of the Bolenopsis, I think, is the tentative idea we had before. That's okay. I'd love to, yeah, cover some ground if we can. Sure, sounds good. Actually, a snap zoom on that little coral just to the left of the center now. Yeah. There's a nice little juvenile. Be interesting to capture. Oh, cute. Could we get the lasers on there just for a size reference? Pan out.
There they are.
Perfect, thank you. That's great. So, just about 10 centimeters. Oh, sure, a snap zoom would be nice, just to confirm. Beautiful. It does look a little bit similar to the really small one that we saw earlier.
With the really short arms.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, I'm always so blown away by the by the zoom on this thing. Just when I think, like, yeah, that's pretty close, I think we can tell, then we double it or triple it. It's fantastic. And even more. Look at that. So we're Yeah, we're kicking up quite a bit of this debris and marine snow. Of course, there's so much in the water column here. There we go, beautiful. Oh. Wow, what did I miss?
Yeah, we're back. We were just taking a little time out for discussing logistics and vehicle movements, so the audio wasn't completely dead.
Yeah.
Just quieted.
Wow, this is beautiful. It's almost hard to tell what it is from this close of a angle, but we're looking at one of the rockfish species in the genus Sebastes. I find them hard to differentiate. Let's see if we can see some of the features from the side. If I see a yellowish eye, then I'd call it a yellow eye, but other than that, let me see. Ooh, I'd love to know. Yeah, sounds like it. Huh. Oh, very cool looking gastropod here. I hope that Hugh is around. Although I know that it's a Saturday and he was busy, but look at these. Very cool shape. Oh, wow, you can see the little... Yeah, it looks like it. Well, let's see if our... let's see if Hugh is joining us. It looks like not. I don't even have this general shape of shell in my identification guide. So they're possibly feeding on this coral. That's a really interesting association. So we can see lots of dead black coral skeleton around. This is beautiful. So everywhere that you see, the dead coral skeleton, we're also seeing encrusting fauna. Those brittle stars, the ophiuroids, seem to really like it. And yeah, I think those little dark spots should be the eyes, and then these little kind of tentacles coming out. Yeah. Oh, this is fantastic, yeah. And yeah, it could be a little... They could be predating on that coral. They could be kind of eating their way along the skeleton, or just using it as an extra leg up into the water column. So I know that we've seen certainly some sea stars feeding on coral, nudibranchs as well. I think this is the first time that we've seen a gastropod, and the first time maybe that we've seen something predating on a black coral skeleton. I know from looking at these in the lab that those skeletons are covered in really small spines. So it looks like that doesn't bother these gastropods at all. We've had a suggestion, some kind of calliostoma.
Lunchtime.
Fantastic, and a couple of little crustaceans associated with this dead skeleton. I'm seeing a sea urchin at the bottom. And lots of brittle stars. Might be a little bit of... Ooh, oh, there's another one of those jellies. I love these, and now that I've started looking out for them, I find we're just seeing them all over the place. Whoa. Yeah. Can we zoom in on it?
It's just like an enemy with sediment
Okay.
on it.
Ooh, I'm not totally sure what we're looking at there. It looks upside down to me, whatever it is. No, that's fine. This is wonderful. It looks like there's a couple of them, maybe. Some similar tentacles poking out underneath of that little shelf.
Huh.
So another Ticogastria. Thanks for that ID to Lara. Ooh, wow, there it is. Gives you a sense of how far we were zoomed in. So there's a couple, you know, my identification guides for rockfish are not great for this this close to shore. I have a canary rockfish. I don't think it's quite right for a yellow eye. They're all in the genus Sebastes. So we'll have some, I know some keen fish biologists look over this video and give us more solid identifications of these fish species we're seeing.
And I don't know if it's true of the rockfish, but I know with certain species, counting structures such as the rakes on the fins, or I don't think we'd be able to see gill rakers from here, but you can look at
almost
some.
Oh, a little squid!
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, beautiful! Oh, wow! Yeah, all curled up.
They were like, enough about the fish. It's my time to shine.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to stop talking about the fish, and I can wait no more. Oh, cute. This is really interesting how the arms are tucked in, and it's just kind of, wow, working really hard to move their way through the water column. You can see one of the big shiny eyes on the left.
Looks like it's showing off, and it's working.
Yeah. I'm impressed. Oh, cute. Wow, so really flapping those fins just to kind of stay almost in one place and make their way through the bit of current that we're experiencing here. You can see all the different little dotted markings on the mantle.
Yeah, I think those are the chromatophores. So those are the color-changing cells. And you can kind of see a pulsing color a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing.
Wow. Wow. How... I mean, this is just the level of detail we can get with this zoom is always blows my mind.
Mesmerizing.
Yeah. I think this is the longest we've been able to follow a squid this whole survey. This is fantastic. I think, yeah, they're working really hard with their flapping their fins, but they're not getting very far just because of the current down here.
I sometimes can identify with that.
Yep. I don't know what you mean. Wow. Look at we're getting a side view with the eye. Just beautiful. I think they're finally making their way out of reach. Is it? Wow. Okay, so we're just pausing to grab a couple of still images. Just... Ooh, beautiful. So we're kind of looking over their shoulder.
It's a photogenic little squid.
Yeah. And it just floated out of view. Oh yeah, they were snapping. Yeah. Oops.
This dive has seemed so much more productive in the water column than some of the other dives that we've seen. I feel like there's Always a ctenophore making its way across the screen.
Yeah, definitely getting photobombed by ctenophores left, right, and center. And yeah, like the turbidity, so the amount of material that's kind of obscuring the view in the water column is getting, pretty high in this area. There's a lot of material running through.
And it makes sense why it'd be different from where we normally are. That connection with the terrestrial world and the above the sea.
Oh, could we zoom straight ahead just below that black coral? I think it's like a translucent, possibly a very cool tunicate ahead. Above the sea urchin, it's like kind of translucent.
Oh, I just spotted it. I did not know what you were talking about, and I just saw it.
Okay.
It's like halfway in between the two, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can...
Oh, what are you?
I could be wrong, but this could be... Now it looks a little bit like the predatory tunicate. They kind of... wow, yeah, I have a megalodicopia. Can wait a second for it to clear, so... Yeah, I think that this is a predatory tunicate, so they kind of live anchored to these hard substrates, and they wait for tiny animals to drift or swim into the mouth, which is when they attack. Yeah, we could have. So apparently this mouth-like hood is quick to close when a small animal drifts inside. Very cool.
Tunicates are kind of a weird one because they're chordates, right?
Yeah, that have kind of, evolved into this really squishy kind of jelly-like body morph. I am always so surprised to think about how closely related they are to us.
Yeah, much closer than, say, a sponge, which you might more associate it with.
Oops. That's great. Very cool. I'm glad to see one of those.
Yeah, good eye.
Just keep an eye out for the little kind of Muppet-looking Muppet-looking creature. That's what I hope to find. And again, more of this really dense aggregation of black corals. Oh, is that a hagfish maybe?
Oh yeah. Looks like a hagfish to me.
Right? Actually, so this is the first one that we've seen on this survey. I find them very cool.
And it doesn't look like it from here, but very slimy.
Yeah, able to produce a copious amount of slime at will.
I think we were talking about these earlier in the cruise offline, about them being able to fill buckets, 5-gallon buckets with slime.
Yeah, there's definitely, I listened to a podcast about people studying that slime. There's, definitely no shortage. It's a pretty amazing, defense mechanism. Works on me.
Yeah.
Could get a zoom of that sea star. Maybe just a quick snap. There's two. 2 for 1. There we go.
And they're pretty different.
Yeah, another really spiky one, much shorter arms. And lots of shell debris, it looks like, on the substrate. That's great, thank you. Yep, we're good, thank you.
Yeah, I wonder if there'll be more bivalves and gastropods kind of along the wall, and if they've tumbled down from there.
It
from
certainly,
the shallower waters.
Yeah, it looks like, all these shells are coming from somewhere, and if we're right at the foot of this really steep vertical wall, which we're approaching, it might be a sign of what's higher up. So that sea star we were able to zoom in on earlier is Hippasteria fringiana, a voracious predator of cnidarians.
Ooh.
So the anemones and corals that we've been scanning for. Wow, and yeah, it is thick with marine snow. Yeah, it looks like a similar fish to what we've been seeing. Another one of those really long-legged sea stars, pretty big one. I think some of the darker brownish tufts that we're seeing are crinoids. And all of these orange corals sticking out are all Bathypathes alaskensis black corals. They're just everywhere. It'd be really interesting to analyze, do the overall counts.
I think it would be really interesting to analyze the data from the counts, maybe not to count them yourselves.
Well, yeah, you put on a good podcast and you just click.
Sometimes it's nice to have that mindless, feel like you're winning, you're being productive without having to think too much.
Yeah, until you realize that you've only gone over like 2 minutes of video in 2 hours.
Well, that's why you just don't look at that part.
Yeah, you sure don't.
Look at the moment, Merlin.
I will say photo and video annotation has come a long way from when I started. When I was a student doing that kind of work, it was basically me, a folder full of images on a external hard drive and an Excel spreadsheet.
Oh my gosh.
It got a little bit more sophisticated than that over time, but then in recent years, there's been some really amazing pieces of software and web-based software that have come out that we use now. So I can have a team of annotators working on the same piece of video, from all corners of the country or the world if we want.
And that's kind of what we do here as well, because we log everything in CTube, which I believe you're very familiar with as well.
Oh, yeah.
And have annotators all around the world being able to contribute in real time. And then we have folks over at the University of Hawaii QCing the data that we're collecting.
Oh, I see.
And then there are a number of projects looking at how we can train machine learning models to do the identification of at least a phylum, so we can kind of direct that video when you're watching 8+ hours of video. It's nice to have at least somebody comb through with a broad brushed comb, and then we can go in a little bit finer.
Oh, very cool. I didn't know you were working on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we've actually had some student projects doing that as well. So even in high schools, learning how to train some models and coming up with things off of our data and others. And there's some really promising results. So,
oh, very cool.
Yeah. So it may lessen the load a little bit.
Huh. I mean, if I only got a robot to pick out, like, you know, comb through all of the video and show me, like, here is something, what is it? You know, that would save me, I can't tell you how many hours of my life.
And that's getting kind of close.
Yeah, yeah.
Much closer than, I don't know that we'll ever get to species level. But
yeah, we'll still need taxonomists for something, but...
yeah, your job is safe.
Yeah.
For now.
Oh, I'm not worried. Don't worry. The pile of work that I have, I am not at all concerned. But, yeah, you know, something that could significantly streamline analyzing this these videos is not too far away. There are machine learning, I call them robots, that I can employ already that are built into some of the softwares that we use. It's just a matter of sitting down and training them and interpreting the results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think just with we're getting larger data sets, we're getting more data sets, so there's almost an impossible mountain to climb. So being able to train some of those maybe you'll see less papers 40 years after data are collected, and maybe that timeline can be streamlined a little bit to just get even more research.
Well, only if it's a yellow eye. This one I'm seeing, some banding. I find a lot of the ID guides that I have are obviously based on dead specimens, so that have come up in a trawl. So in situ animal identification is a whole other story. There's a barred rockfish that has maybe a bit more distinct banding.
I think with those difficulties, a lot of times we look for characteristics that are not color-based, because color not only changes after the death of the animal, but it also can vary within species a little bit more than I think some people initially had thought. So finding some of those more discrete things that we can count or measure helps with identification.
I mean, if it's number of scales per row,
boy.
you know, we would basically be able to do that with this video, but definitely counting the number of spines in this dorsal fin could be helpful.
There are measurements between the dorsal fin and the beginning of the caudal peduncle.
Beautiful. Okay, I should...
Now we're getting a really good shot to give us a length of the fish. So those two lasers are about 10 centimeters, or not about, they are 10 centimeters apart.
Is the bottom almost nothing but shells right here?
That's what we were just talking about. Yeah, it looks like it's...
All right.
Ooh, there's a rock for you, Jamie.
Yeah, okay. I'm just getting back up to speed after lunch, and I can see things have changed quite a bit. An interesting thing to find at the bottom of a really steep, almost a cliff, are the little bodies of all the shelled creatures that used to live on it. And that's an interesting, I don't know, that looks like actually a log, maybe. Nope. Yeah, it looks rocky. It's...
Even 5 meters. Oh. So
I was certain it was a rock,
Rotator
but I'm a
57.
little less certain now.
Different?
Yeah, look at that
We've seen one of these
kind of
yet today.
straight edge there.
Have we?
I'm going rock, but I'll leave it to the
Right.
geologist.
Well, I think it's a rock.
So
It's
headed lined up at 100, Todd.
100. Okay.
nice big blocky something. Almost reminds me of a basalt. The way it's fractured and has sort of that linear look.
We can snap
Oh,
in.
and look at all the sea stars on that
Go ahead, snap in.
coral up there, too.
I'm pretty sure we haven't seen one of these particular ones today. Saw a lot of them 2 days ago, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Quite a few.
Nice shot of this anemone.
Or something similar.
Oh, there's a sea star on the wall there too, on the right.
Is there?
On the right.
Where?
I think that's a sea star.
The white
Yeah,
dot?
the white thing. Maybe, or maybe I'm wrong.
It's really small.
It's very small. Oh, I'm wrong. It's something else.
Do you
Okay.
want to do one last
The
move?
video's clear.
10 meters, co-pilot.
Sure.
Okay, hold on one second.
We have a guess in a chat that the anemone is a liponema. And I'm looking at some pictures now, and I
Look at that, Todd. That's
think I agree.
20 meters out.
What is that big
Huh, and just a
hand off to the next
interesting
Yeah,
couple
you
of
want
big
to split the next
boulders
move, or-
after.
Since we're about to hand off.
what's your
I wonder if they
I would
suffered a similar
say
fate
let's hold
to
off
the
on
shelled
the
organisms that we're seeing
Copy that.
toppled down from below, or if they were dragged by glaciers into this area.
Yeah, these are pretty angular. They haven't. Doesn't look like they've come very far.
Hand over. Just when we started to see some
Up.
relief here.
I know. They're
Seeing
gonna-
more and more crinoids.
Comes Sean. Who else are we missing? We're missing the Bobby.
I think Chris
Chris. Okay.
is here.
So we're
Hey, Sean.
just about at a break and slope where it's going to get very steep right in front of us. Looking to see if the cliff is showing up on the sonar, and sure enough it is.
I would say so.
So looks like we're a little less than 20 meters out from the face that we're expecting to see.
Yeah, and as we approach the face of this cliff, we'll be monitoring the conditions very closely to make sure that we can stay at a safe distance and that we feel comfortable ascending this cliff wall. So hoping that conditions hold and that we're able to explore vertically through this, I think has the potential to be pretty spectacular.
And here a nice view of the pile of shell debris that lies at the bottom of this cliff. Only other place I've seen such a dramatic pile of shelly creatures are at least the shells themselves is at the base of oil derricks off the coast of Santa Barbara, where the barnacles and mussels and everything had a great time growing on the legs of the platform, and eventually making little cones of debris at the bottom of all those platforms.
It makes sense. It's kind of like all the little boulders that we've been seeing through all our dives. Anywhere there's something different than the surrounding seafloor, you get the ability for attachment and colonization of a whole community of organisms.
Mm-hmm.
We see these little oases all throughout, and while it's interesting to think of a oil derrick as a biological oasis, certain organisms that's a place where they would enjoy attachment.
Well, and that became a little bit of a discussion when they were talking about
let's see
most
now.
of those oil
The,
platforms off
status
Santa
of the ship
Barbara are now
Holding
inactive.
station.
And they were initially thinking that they would
What's your
pull
preference
them
for
away,
Delta, Sean?
get rid of them, and then it was noted that, well, you know, they are
15,
a new habitat for certain creatures, and
Visibility is pretty poor.
and I don't
Right now you
know
can still see me, so
what the final decision one is if they or if they've even come to one yet, but it's always a consideration.
I think
It just kind of speaks to the adaptability that we see throughout the world's oceans.
Yeah, looks like it.
Life finds a way.
Let's see, blue view's pointed up. I'm seeing it's maybe like 15 meters out. Looks pretty good. Do you guys want to do just like 10 meters forward? What do you think?
Yeah,
sounds good to me.
So it's difficult to see from
previous moves have been 10 meters at
a few minutes ago. We're looking at some big boulders. It was hard to tell what they were. They did have a little bit of an appearance of a basalt.
So we could go 100.
Sean.
I'm looking.
But without being able to really see through the mostly biological coatings on them,
were you briefed,
I might start to guess that these are actually boulders of
awesome.
granite that are coming off this this cliff face or from just above it.
Just let me.
Now lying down here at the base of it.
I will.
It's even more abnormal.
Yep. All right, so 10 meter move at 100.
Let's do it.
Bridge now. Like to request a ship move. Range 10 meters.
An ROV, if we, with that in mind, and with this might
speed 0.
be some of the last loose outcrops we see before we ascend up this face, I'm wondering if we might be able to grab a piece, perhaps that one that's just kind of lower center. Looks like it's loose and maybe not too big.
Right next to the Bathypathes?
Yes.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
I think that's our best shot. There might be one at the base, too, like in the lower left corner.
Negative bridge.
Yeah, or just lower.
Sorry, bridge. Stand by. We our plans just changed. We're
Looks
just going
like
to hold
there may
you
be a couple options.
Thank you.
Is this watch? Do you suspect hard, or is this going to be like compact mud? It's a little softer.
This should be pretty hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
If I had to guess, I'd say it was granite, but it's. I'm not seeing anything that supports my guess right now.
Just following your heart. I think we might get a number of echinoderm associates if we're able to collect this one.
So I'm making my guesses on the geology here based on what we see on shore, where there are published geologic maps, and the local geology shows that most of these islands are made of Cretaceous and Jurassic sedimentary rocks, or at least sedimentary rocks or metasedimentary rocks. They're all metamorphosed to some degree. They've been intruded by younger Cretaceous granites, and probably it's likely that the metamorphism that we see that is observed in the sediments is probably
everything's open for you.
Related to the same sorts of regional heating that
we've only taken a water
were part of the intrusion of the granites.
It looks pretty solid.
But on the assumption that that what we're seeing on land is similar to the geology that's now underwater, my guess was that this really resistant feature that forms this nice cliff that we're about to ascend, we hope. My guess is that would be the more resistant granite that's kind of standing up among more easily eroded metasedimentary rocks.
I might just go to starboard.
Yeah, it looks like it would fit in there pretty nicely.
Port for something smaller.
But it is always possible that this mound down here is something else entirely.
Let me grab it, and then once I pick it up, how about you wing in?
Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds good. I'll follow you up.
3, 2, 1. Arms on. Force 5 looks good. Just gonna see, make sure it's loose.
Maybe not that loose, so maybe not that small. Oh, there we go.
Big boy.
Nothing.
Concerned it might be bigger than I think as I pick it up. We'll see what we got.
Yeah, the bigger it is, the more associates we're going to bring up with it.
Ooh, that's pretty deep, huh? It's a little bigger than I thought, but it should fit broadshade.
I see stuff.
Ooh, that's my mistake. Let me go back to that.
Go ahead, Bridge.
I need to wait for that to settle for a grab again.
Okay, roughly a 1.5 heading degree change. Let me confer with pilots real quick and get back to you. Thank you.
Heading change?
Yeah, 15 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay. Bridge now. You can go ahead with that heading change. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, suddenly where's the current when we need it to sweep this stuff away?
Careful what you wish for.
So the general geological picture of for this part of, well, most of southeastern Alaska, at least as far as the bedrock geology goes, this is a bunch of what geologists refer to as terrains, which are small kind of semi-intact pieces of continent or sometimes oceanic crust that are relatively restricted in size, but a number of different packages of rock that have been assembled piece by piece by convergence between the Pacific and North American plates that have, that's a good-sized rock. If that's too big, there might be a few other ones around, but I think that looks...
It's a big...
Yeah, it's maybe a little big. If you want to look for another one, I saw a few other that might be under the... Sure. Yeah.
Had kind of an iceberg shape to it. You're safe for now, Rock.
He gets to stay.
That one looks similar size to me.
Yeah, I think in the end you're probably right.
but I think there is one at the base. Yeah, it looks real similar. It looks like it may kind of expand at the bottom there. See the one all the way at the bottom, just out of screen. Just out. A little bit further. Right there. No, that's kind of looking big to me now, too. That one, yes.
Yeah, that one might work. Yeah, no, we haven't. That first one was a little big.
That might be of similar size.
There we go. Thank you.
Are any of those three, 2 or 3? Right.
That's the question, right?
Yeah, that's one that might be a little bit platey. Yeah.
This guy? You want to test it?
Yeah, go ahead. See if you see if it seems kind of loose. It's not too wide. If it doesn't go too far back into the slope, it'd be all right.
I think I'm seeing quite a few small cup corals around here as well.
Yeah.
It's always a chance we could get a really small one on one of these rock collections.
And he doesn't really seem to want to move, which suggests he's... Yeah, I think that's part of a much bigger rock that we're not seeing most of.
Be this one.
Yeah, that's... we think that might be pretty similar to the size of the one we just tried to get.
Scan around a little bit.
Or maybe that...
It's pretty buried.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm thinking maybe one of those ones in the upper part. Or, yeah, the one upper right maybe is possible.
Yeah, 2 brittle stars on it to the right of the lasers. Now, just under the...
Yeah, I think
that
we're...
one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a smaller one up top. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good one, yeah. The one the laser's on right now would be a good one if it's not, again, much longer than it looks like.
Oh, I'm seeing a basket star up in the background. And I think maybe... Yeah, maybe an anemone could be something like the Liponema we were seeing before on different dives. Of course, lots of this black coral, the Bathypathes alaskensis.
He's in place. 2.
Potentially a little dark fin sculpin near that rock. Lots of shell debris.
Yeah, how about one of those, maybe that one real angular piece at the left side that just starting to come towards the center? Kind of a flatter, platier looking rock. And if one of those three, that's, yeah, that one right there, or maybe the one just underneath it, just below the lasers. And if any of those aren't loose or good, maybe we'll just kind of move on. See what we can find. But yeah, see what you can, see if those are worth, if you can get at those.
That one's not moving. No, doesn't look like it.
I see one over on the right side of the screen that might be what we're, I think that's a rock, and maybe that's what we're looking for.
Kind of wedged between the two bigger ones.
Yeah, wedged between the two bigger ones. I think that's a rock. Straight underneath the jaws, yes.
Wow.
And he still doesn't want to move.
Really stuck in there.
All right, well. Yeah, those look like they're going to be problems to me now, too, at this point.
I didn't see the one with the crinoid on it get tested. Nope.
Yeah, that's a pretty, I think that's going to be a pretty big one once it's picked up.
Yeah.
If we could even pick it up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh.
Here comes a crinoid who's been disturbed.
Crinoid. Just beautiful.
All right.
And then kind of coming in for a soft landing.
Yeah, maybe we'll see what we see if we pull up, and maybe let's just move around a little bit, and maybe we'll see a better selection of rocks to choose from further up.
What do these rocks look like to you?
Something massive and igneous, so they could pass for basalts, for a massive basalt, but
okay.
I'm thinking they would also make good blocky granites.
And maybe a couple of loose ones up here.
Yeah, but those are again
big.
A good 20 centimeters across, and once you pull them up, they become pretty large.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
it's kind of interesting.
A stick.
Sticks.
Yeah, I was expecting to see quite a bit of wood debris down here.
So those are some loose. Those look like loose rocks that we might be able to get our hands on that maybe aren't too big.
ROV, could we try some of these rounded rocks? Dead center?
Dead center. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, let's give that one that one a nudge. Thank you. Kind of interesting sea cucumber to the right as well. Wonder if our echinoderm experts tuning in have any thoughts. Looks a little bit different from what we've been seeing. the brittle stars seem to be really enjoying this stick. And a sea star up to the left that's missing one of its 5 arms. It'll take that one quite a while to grow back, I think.
I wonder about the one that is that a crinoid on?
Used to be.
Not a crinoid. Yeah, see, these are just bigger than they look like, and they're buried. So, yeah, maybe it's just not going to be. Yeah, let's move on a little bit.
RV, I was wondering if we could pan to the right really quickly. There was a cool-looking sea cucumber over there. Huh. Excellent landing. That crinoid. Yeah, I thought I saw just kind of a light purplish, really small sea cucumber. Oh yeah, down there. Okay, not as small as I thought. Yeah, to the lower right. We'll have a quick zoom on this one. There's a species, Synallactes, a genus that I'm thinking it could be. To be a bit of a different sea cucumber than the ones that we've been seeing. Yeah, I'd say so, based on those little spiny projections that I'm seeing come off the sea cucumber. That's great. Yeah, looks like it's feeding on the detritus, of which there is plenty. That's perfect. Thanks for that, RV. We're good to continue rock hunting and making our way up this feature. Oh, just the little feeding appendages grabbing onto detritus and bringing it into the mouth.
Oh, interesting.
Very cool.
Nice.
A couple of different anemones, maybe a little cup coral just to the right there on that rock. Sea urchin, and you can see the highly branched arms of this basket star to the right. Not since I've been here. Yeah, this the branching arms.
Which one?
Yeah, the one that's branching. Yeah, those should be the legs of a basket star. That's okay. We could just do a quick snap zoom. I don't need to linger here. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, highly branched arms. And you can see a little bit of the central disc in the background. That's a basket star. Gorgonocephalus is the genus that I know.
Wow.
And yeah, sometimes you see them entwined on corals. We saw a kind similar to this, but with unbranched arms, associated with some of the corals we've seen in earlier dives. That's very cool. Thanks for that. And I think, yeah, it looks like a Liponema sea anemone just out of view now. Huh. Yeah, lots of shell debris on the substrate in this whole area. Okay, I have a confirmed Gorgonocephalus, aka the Gorgon's head. This is where that basket star gets its name.
I see a number of these purported shells that look really long. Are those mussels or something like that?
I'd have to get a closer look. Maybe we can zoom in on one for waiting. Some of the longer shells that we're seeing, yeah, just any one of them that kind of comes into view. It'd be nice for a zoom in. You see a gastropod in that one.
Yeah.
But I think some of the larger pieces, like that one.
Yeah, like that.
Like
that's...
Yeah, or some kind of really big bivalve shell. That's my guess. See if we have any shellfish
I don't know.
Experts joining us that can maybe tell a little more, but it's a pretty fragmented piece. But yeah, lots of dead shells accumulated in this area. Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, I think those are just the shells of the encrusting bivalves that were living on the face of this cliff we're about to get to, that have formed a little apron right at the base of the cliff.
Yeah, very interested to see what's a little bit farther up. You can see where all of this shell debris is coming from. That would be cool to see. Just, yeah, the water column is thick with this marine snow, all of this kind of debris. And a couple of these really large boulders coming up, just covered in brittle stars. I think some of these little lines that we're seeing in the water column flickering in and out are possibly Ketchikan or arrowworms. Wow, this rock is just covered. I think when we zoomed in, a lot of these shells ended up being brachiopods.
A little
Wow.
fish hiding down there in the crevice.
Yeah, that looks more like it could be something like a barred rockfish with the really distinct banding. Of course, as we were just talking about, it's really hard to go off of color alone. There's also the red-banded rockfish that make really distinct bands.
He's doing his best to hide from us.
Yep.
Doesn't feel like coming out and saying hello.
I was mentioning when we were in a rockfish area before, but some of these fish of a different species in the same genus have been documented by divers year after year, the same individual one. When you have really distinct banding, you can kind of pick out individuals. And so they show a really high level of loyalty or preference for the same small area.
At the bottom, ROV at the bottom of the screen, there's a little bit of a, looks like it might be a loose rock. I wonder if we might make one last attempt to pick up that, or right there, yeah, lasers on it now. Let's keep going. I'm afraid he's probably a lot bigger underneath. A lot of encrusting sponges.
Yeah, there was a really big one at the bottom we kind of passed. Hopefully we'll see more. I think I'm picking up that purple, that really bright worm. But it looks like we missed a solaster somewhere.
Yeah.
Chris Ma is tuning in, and his eyes are a little bit keener than mine for sea stars. I think that's a flatfish there up in the coming up to the right of the lasers and just below them. One of the soles. This could be a Dover sole.
I still don't see it.
Right there.
Oh my, okay, there you go.
Actually the flatfish, yeah, well maybe both. Yeah, these white spots along kind of the outside make me think that it's probably the Pacific Dover sole or something closer to that. We've been seeing deep sea sole with a really different patterning. So this is, I think, a first sighting of something a little bit different, possibly Pacific Dover sole, which I have as Microstoma specificus, but of course we'll have to wait for our fish experts to tune in and confirm. Beautiful. And if we could, after this there's a squishy pink thing just above and to the right a little bit. Squishy pink thing, what's that? On the rock right by the sole's head. Yeah, what's this? Yeah, maybe another anemone or... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Still don't know what it is, but yeah, probably an anemone, I think. Thank you. And then if we can take a quick zoom of that sea star, please. See a couple of dead cup coral skeletons in the mix with all this shell hash. Yeah, so that one with the short arms just to the left of the lasers. And then there's another one to the right of it. Definitely getting into different terrain. You tell me if we have to move as well. I feel bad for missing the Solaster, so let's zoom in on a couple of other things. Oh, there's that soul moving a little bit. Possibly Saramaster from back here, but let's take a look. Beautiful. It's very small. This is great. You can see it's got a really thick margin. Reminds me of a Saramaster, but it looks a little different. So we'll collect this imagery for review by Echinoderm experts later. Okay, Saramaster. I have a seconded vote for a Saramaster from Chris Ma at the Smithsonian. Thanks for that. Do we have time to pan right over to the other ones? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting there, right between. Yeah, could we take a look? There's all sorts of things on this little rock, big rock. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I think you're right. This does look like a cup coral to me, with its tentacles out and its the kind of mouth protruding a little bit. Some kind of a polychaete perhaps at the base there. Beautiful. That's great. Thanks for that. You let me know if we need to make moves. I could do this all day. The sea star. Oh, that little jelly again. That's at least the third sighting that we've had of the. Let's see. Beautiful. So this is one of those benthic jellies that we find attached to rocks, which is something that I have never seen before this year.
Picogastria.
Let's see. Oh, the Tycho P-T-Y. Okay, Tychogastria. There we go. Polaris probably is a species on that. Oh, looks like it could be like a big chitin of some kind.
Oh, just to the right.
Yeah. Just buried in the sediment, but you can see the individual, segments of the shell. I think we are looking at a pretty big chitin. And then that sea star, yeah. Did you call out the name? Pedicelasterid. Very nice. Thanks for those.
So we've made our way, looks like a few tens of meters up the steeper part of this cliff, and we can get a few looks at these rocks, and I think we're seeing original texture, and they do look pretty fine grained. So I'm about to give up on my idea that these are granites and are perhaps some resistant sedimentary unit, possibly some metamorphosed shales, or one field term we have for these is hornfells. That can be very massive, very fine-grained meta-siltstone. And in places it almost looks like we're seeing a little bit of the original bedding, although that can be completely lost as the rock is metamorphosed and recrystallized. And instead what we're looking at is the fractures related to the deformation it underwent as it was buried and metamorphosed, and otherwise tectonically emplaced against the North American continent.
It is getting a little bit harder to see details of these rocks. We're getting a lot more sedimentation, and then everything that isn't covered in sediment seems to be covered in brittle stars, I would say brachiopods, and black corals. I see one of those black corals has a big basket star associated with it. Here's a bit of a different sea urchin, I think, below the lasers, and we'll just continue to make our way up and see if we can get a clearer view on some of these rock formations for you. Wow. So it looks like a black coral with a bit of a dead part of the skeleton that's been encrusted with all of the fauna that's encrusting the rocks around it. Probably those brachiopods and some brittle stars from the looks of it. Okay, so we're getting into a part of this rock that's pretty much practically vertical. Very cool. Means you can see a little bit more of the rock behind it.
And what we see is a black, fine-grained, difficult to identify kind of a rock.
Harvey, could we zoom in on that wormy thing just under the lasers to the right? Kind of reddish. Yeah. It's okay if we're past it. Yeah, that thing. I think we have likely a Henricea sea star to the left, but what is this? Okay, I'll ask all of the invertebrate taxonomists on the science chat to help me out, because I don't totally know what I'm seeing from back here. Whoa. That's very different. Yeah. Okay, so we got a quick zoom, which is we'll be able to pause and take frame grabs of. Let's see. We've got a suggestion, sipunculin, so a sipunculid worm or a peanut worm. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some similarities, so thanks for that, Arvind. Yep, of course.
Good.
Yeah, no, we got a nice quick zoom. That's all we need. Oh. I think it's another cross aster, maybe a couple of small cross asters. What do they call them? Rose star, maybe. Yeah, the rose star cross aster peposus. It's wild, so we can see where some of that shell hash was coming from. You know, most of the rock that we're seeing is covered in these big clumps of, I think, are brachiopods. I think I can pick out a couple of small cup corals in between. A big, probably a Hippasteria sea star, a crinoid, or the feather stars in the middle of the screen now. And brittle stars are ophiuroids, also in big patches along this pretty much vertical transect we're doing now. Oop. If we have time to zoom in on that sponge, wouldn't mind taking a look. Oh. Actually, I'm seeing something else. So the lower right quarter of the screen. Yeah, so there's like kind of in between the two right black corals. In the middle of that, there's something that's kind of moving around. So if you, yeah, the two black corals that are on the right in between those and just a bit below, there's something kind of moving. I would love to zoom in on and take a look. So yeah, to the right of the lasers now, and you're almost at it and just below, right there. Can we zoom there? Yeah, that was moving.
Wow. Good eye.
I think it might be an octopus.
Yeah?
Yeah. Great. I think this is a small version of the Pacific giant octopus again, but hopefully we have a cephalopod expert that can tune in and review. Beautiful. Yeah, slowly moving across this pretty much vertical rock face that we're looking at. And keeping their arms tucked in pretty tightly, probably, to not get caught in the current and blown away. Oh, that's amazing. And another one of those mysterious white things to the left of it now. We've got a couple of samples of something similar, but who knows? Wow. Yeah. So about, what do you think, 6 or 7 centimeters at the widest. The mantle is less than 5. Just very slowly making their way down this rock wall. And really well blended in. I wonder if they're interested in these brachiopods at all. Oh, cool. I mean, I know these are big brachiopods, but this octopus, the tiny little octopus, makes them look huge. You can see little crustaceans clinging on to some of these tubes, and a couple more. Another cup coral to the right there, and a smaller one underneath. Beautiful. Look at it just squeezing through. Oh! Seeing lots of encrusting sponges and lots of sediment encrusted, probably hydroids. That's amazing. Thank you. Yep, yep. I really hope we get a rock sample for you and a cup coral or two on that rock, because I think that's the only way that we can collect them is if they stay attached to the rock. There's no way to remove them without completely destroying the hard calcareous calcium carbonate skeleton.
Would they vacuum off?
I've attempted it before, and it
not pretty.
Not great results. Get lots for DNA. RV, if we could get a quick zoom of the white dots on some of these rocks. Oh, interesting. More of these little white globs. I think we saw something like this on an earlier dive, and we did do a collection. I still don't know what they are.
I thought we decided they were barnacles.
No, we those were different.
Those
tiny
were
white
different.
dots.
Okay.
Yeah, these ones are squishy. I've heard, possibly there's some kind of, benthic ctenophore, some kind of jelly, some kind of larvae. It's a little chitin down at the bottom, and a nice scale worm. This brittle star waving. Thank you for that. That's great. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Could we get a snap zoom on that, please? I think a solaster of some kind. I think the lower one is a little bit different from the one that we zoomed in on earlier. The pinkish one, I think, is a cross aster, and this one could be too. Kind of looks, their arms look a little more ridged almost than the solaster. I think possibly a cross aster here as well. Wow. Look at the current coming through, carrying all this marine snow. Yeah, that's great. We can tilt up and take a look. And feeding on a brachiopod. Very cool. And just covered in these really small little white unidentified organisms. Beautiful. Thanks for that. Yeah, this rock covered in brachiopods. I think I'm seeing some really small scallops as well. A nice comb jelly floating off. Oh, what's this thing in the middle? This pinkish reddish thing. Dead center, pretty much. Yeah, please. Huh. Oh, what is that? Oh, wow. Huh. Thought it was a nudibranch from far away. Kind of looks like one. Yeah, maybe blowing in the wind. Okay, yeah. Nudibranch. Very cool. Thanks for that. Looks a little bit different from the Tritonia and the other nudibranchs that we've been seeing on this survey. Beautiful, and you can just see every inch of this rock is covered with some kind of life. Seeing maybe another little chitin and possibly a little egg deposit of some kind, unless it's a really big foot. Beautiful. Oh, what's this? Up to the upper right branched. If we could zoom in, it looks like it could be a little coral. Wow. Yes, please. Okay, I think this is the first Primnoa, a juvenile, a really small one, just attached to this pretty much vertical rock face. I think I see some tube anemones in behind it as well, but yeah, you can get a nice shot of the polyps. This will help us confirm. Beautiful, yeah. Kind of a lighter white color for the red tree coral, the Pacific red tree coral, Primnoa pacifica. And this is a small version of what I was hoping to find. We have records of this coral from the area. So it's excellent to be able to confirm this juvenile here. Look at those cup corals in behind it as well. Oh, and one of those predatory tunicates is gonna, the little kind of Muppet-shaped mouth. I love those. Beautiful. A little fish, probably that, I think we called them a blackfin sculpin, but a really small one, so it looks a little bit different. Oh, cute. Just beautiful. You can see some of the texture of the rock here. Look at the kind of getting some striations. Oh, interesting. Wow. Okay, what are we looking at? You know, from far away I would have thought a tube from a worm, and the feeding appendages sticking out look wild to me. So maybe yeah, if anyone in the science chat has thoughts, I'm seeing some encrusting hydroids, lots of these little white organisms that we saw on an earlier dive and did collect. So even though we don't know exactly what they are now, we'll be able to identify them later. Perfect, thanks for that. So I think we'll continue our way up this really steep feature. There's a lot going on here. Another one of those pink nudibranchs just under the lasers now, and cup corals everywhere, brachiopods, big ones everywhere. Seeing probably fewer of these black corals, the bathypathes, that were so abundant at the base of this feature. Possible ID on that tube that we saw could be a solitary hydroid. The end of it definitely looked, yeah, more like a hydroid.
And for the rocks, I'm going with a fine-grained metasedimentary rock. Metaslates, they can be very hard. They have a lot of silica in them, and when they can recrystallize, they become a very hard rock, sometimes referred to as a hornfels, when they tend to lose the sense of the bedding they had originally. They originally started out as kind of a shaly kind of a rock. But once they're heated and perhaps with some hydrothermal hot juices introducing a little silica, they can become very hard. And so a lot of the fracturing we see may not even represent any bedding, but simply the fractures that formed through tectonic stresses.
Ooh, this is a large sponge. Also with a basket star attached. Could we have a quick zoom of the sponge? Thank you. This looks like a glass sponge, maybe just based on the thinness, and it's possible we'll see some of the reef-forming sponges on this dive. Let's just zoom in for a closer look before I say anything about it. Okay. Yeah, this could be one of the reef-forming sponges that we have in this area, Afrocalistes vastus. There's also Heterocony calyx. And I think it's safe to say it's an Afrocalistidae glass sponge. The pandalid shrimp on it, brittle stars, and of course that big branching basket star with its highly branched arms, kind of interwoven and clinging onto the side of the sponge, using a little bit of extra distance or height away from the rock face. Beautiful, wow. Look at the patterns you can see in the tissue of the basket star and the highly branched arms curled up. You know, but once those unfurl, you see they're branched several times over. Stunning. So yeah, this basket star is amazing, and it's using this little bit of extra height that it has up away from the rock face to get access to, I would imagine, some of the detritus or the material that's flowing past. You can see in the water column. Just beautiful. So you can see why we refer to sponges and corals, a sponge in this case, as ecosystem engineers, or habitat forming fauna. By creating this little bit of relief here, you can see that it's a host to a variety of other animals that are using, whether it's the extra leg up or a little bit of protection from the current and the predators. Very cool to see in action. Wow. Yeah, you can see this relatively small individual is housing all sorts of animals. Could be dozens in there. Maybe more the smaller that you look. So this sponge is a glass sponge, not a demo sponge that most people think of that are kind of the softer, squishier sponges. These have a really hard skeleton made out of silica, so they're like literal glass skeletons that are fused together. And so this one would be pretty hard and brittle and make a really strong substrate for all of the other life that you see. Oh. Oh, another one of those little jellies too. Really small one of the Tychogastria.
Yeah, all those little white creatures are hanging by little threads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were able to collect some using our suction sampler in a previous dive. Of course, these could be a little bit different, but superficially they look pretty similar. And yeah, definitely little tentacles maybe coming off of them and are helping them hold tight to the rocks in the face of this really strong current. Oh wow, look at all these anemones and cup corals, feather stars. There's a black coral. Beautiful, thanks for that. Another suggestion, the little white unidentified organisms could be a veliger of some kind, which are a larval stage of certain mollusks. Another one of those cone-shaped gastropods. We had a couple of people pipe in that it's possibly Calliostoma, genus of marine gastropods with those with that shape.
Looks like that might be some original bedding in this rock. A little preserved maybe here in this spot, a little better. Fine-grained sedimentary rock, likely part of the package that we see exposed on land of Cretaceous through Jurassic, so that would be in years something like between 65 and 170 million years old. Marine sedimentary rocks, probably looking at some sort of relatively deep basin. Fed by just fine-grained sediments. We're not getting any sandy or even perhaps very silty material in here. And then it's been metamorphosed somewhat, not strongly, but enough to kind of have recrystallized most of the original textures.
I think another Hippasteria sea star, that big one, and then to the left, maybe the rose star crossaster, possibly. ROV, could we zoom in this orange multi-armed or many-armed sea star below and to the right of the lasers? Smaller than the larger yellow one. Just under them now. Yes, please. I always say multi-armed, but of course the 5-armed ones are also multi-armed. Okay. Maybe crossaster again, a smaller one. Oh, okay, yep. That's great, thank you.
So all these bivalves, are these clams, or are these the brachiopods?
I think they. Well, that's a good question. I hope our science chat can tune in. But the last rock that we looked in on, there are. Yeah, I think those are all crossaster. The last group of these bivalve-looking shells, I think, were brachiopods. Yeah, and seconded all brachiopods, and that was a crossaster, so it's great. Oh yeah, another coral.
So
just a quick snap zoom, and we can confirm, and then keep on moving.
But starting to see more of the
just that coral, more really quick.
Big populations of attached brachiopods that are making that pile of shells at the base of this cliff.
Mm-hmm. I'd say so. Wow. Okay, a really small Primnoa is holding a lot here. I think these brittle stars are clinging on for dear life to keep from getting swept away by this current and falling way down. A really tiny chitin at the base of it as well. And those spirally calistoma gastropods, these little kind of pyramid-shaped snails.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. That's great. Thanks for that. The Primnoa could be what the Hippasteria are eating. So those large spiky sea stars we're seeing are, they eat cnidarians, so they could be making their way up and down this rock face, eating whatever Primnoa they find in their path.
So maybe in the lower left screen you see some of the maybe preserved original beds just surviving right there, where they seem to be kind of subparallel to some of the layering we're seeing here. So
I think we might be getting a bit of that stoloniferous coral there on the right, this fuzzy white. If you get a snap zoom on these, yeah, please. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I think that we're looking at stoloniferous coral. Yes, yeah, I'd say so.
Chitin.
Beautiful, yeah. Or a scale worm, I think.
Oh, it's a scale worm,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and so all of these, yeah, they're a small encrusting coral. See how the polyps are really bent over in this current. That's great, thanks. Beautiful. Got a couple of anemones, some pretty big shrimp, and scattered smaller colonies of this Bathypathes alaskensis black coral. Maybe another one of those predatory tunicates.
This big, massive, smooth face, perhaps too smooth and steeped for most things to want to hold on to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, does seem that way. I was hoping to get a preview up in the Sirius view, but it's right. Pretty murky. There's a high turbidity in this area, making it a little bit harder to see. Sure. Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's interesting to see that coral run right along the crevices in these rocks. It seems to prefer a little crack to get at least a bit of a toehold. And so these are related to some of the other corals that we've been looking at. They, those are individual polyps kind of joined together at the base by an encrusting mat-like structure we call the stolon. And there are several different species and genera known in the area. It's a pretty complicated. I think a lot of them are sort of lumped into one genus, but it's more complicated than that. A couple more of those chitins down there. ROV watch lead. Just to get an idea, how possible would it be if I saw something I was interested in sampling, haven't yet, Is it possible to sample with like a suction here, or is it okay? Yep. Mhm. Okay. 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 Well, if I find a target, I'll ask, and you just say no if it's a bad setup. Thanks. Really abundant cup corals in some of these areas. Like some more of those little sea stars to the left are the cookie stars or Ceramaster. Really short little, legs that hardly protrude out of the main body. There's a big whelk, or at least the shell of one, down here.
Yeah.
Just kind of below that overhanging rock.
Yeah. Well, based on how steep this is, I bet he's not been, if he's not alive, he's not been dead for very long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. How would it be there? Every now and then I think I see a piece of a bamboo coral, so that'd be interesting. Oh, there's a nice big black coral, the Bathypathes alaskensis, that we saw in such abundance lower down.
I think we're looking maybe here at some real strong vertical joints. And given the steepness of the face of this, might be the overall fracture pattern that has let the glaciers kind of pluck away the side of this and make such a steep escarpment.
It's a really strong kind of line through that one. Another one of those really striped rockfish. Again, could be something like the barred rockfish, is my guess, or possibly red-banded rockfish. Oh, beautiful. It's a smaller one. Also, maybe a juvenile of some of the larger banded rockfish we've been seeing. It's beautiful. And a nice view of the arms of this crinoid while we're at it. Some interesting growth patterns with the encrusting sponges here too. It looks like the sponge and maybe a encrusting bryozoan are battling it out for territory on this rock. You can see it's really kind of growing into where the sponge looks like it once was. Another basket star just hanging out on this, on the side of this rock. We got a good zoom of one earlier.
Looks like you can see a vein, maybe a little, or a bed, a little compositional layering. We see that across the top of the screen. A little lighter colored, maybe a little siltier bed than some of the other ones.
ROV, we've had a sample request for these brachiopods actually. What do you think about trying a suction sample in this area? Okay. Take your pick. There's lots to choose from. Just to the right of the lasers is kind of a couple of bigger ones. Little more right and then up.
They're a little bit more orangish.
Yeah, a little orangish and brownish. Just above the right laser now. Yeah, right there. Those two. Yep. Sounds good. Mm-hmm. So we're doing a quick ascent to make sure the way is clear, and then we'll set up for a collection. Yeah, any of those. Yes. I'm actually just scanning for anything close by as well that we might want to try. There's lots to work with. Yeah, actually maybe the ones to the right of the lasers. There's also just like lots of encrusting stuff that would be good to get. I'd also be happy to see if there's more at the top of this feature. Looks like any sectioning we do, we'll get more of these little white globs as well.
Right.
I think that's safe to say. Wow.
Whew.
It is
No,
steep.
that is a neat view.
Yeah.
I'm so used to finding slopes in the marine realm because we so often view our imagery with a vertical exaggeration, and when something is really steep, it's kind of a surprise.
Yeah, there is no exaggeration on this one. It is that steep. And looking in the second camera that we have access to, you can see straight down into the deep that we just came up from. But it's very dramatic.
Not quite an abyss, what we're used to.
But it sure looks like it from, from
Yeah.
that view. If we zoom in a bit, I can help pick a target.
Kind of brownish. Maybe two of them there together.
Yeah, so just to the left, they're kind of like an orangey brown. See two of them. They're kind of in pairs in general. That's interesting. So little shells, if you can kind of get under them and scoop them up, that might work the best.
One.
Got
I think
one.
we got one.
Oop.
And two.
Beautiful. That second one looked like it went in really well. We'll keep our eyes glued. Have you seen it in the suction jar? Oh, there's a piece.
There's something.
Oh, there's one.
There they are.
There it is, in suction jar 1. Thank you for that.
So we're finally on to B.
Here we go. That's a really challenging setup to grab something like that from a vertical wall in this kind of current. That's amazing.
So I have sample ID EX2306-D09-02B. Suction canister 1.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. So we'll continue to carefully make our way up this rock face and see what we see. As we get a little bit shallower, maybe seeing a slight change. We saw our first two juvenile primnoid corals not too long ago. It's promising. They are known from these depths, but they seem to prefer it a little bit shallower, up closer to where we'll be going near the end of this dive. Oh, we lost our little visual of the ROV going up.
Oh no, he's
Oh,
right
it's
there.
just way zoomed in.
That's it. Well, we're zoomed way out, and we're looking from above.
Oh, there
so
we
there
go.
you go.
Oh, thank you. Oh. Beautiful. Wow, another one of those highly branched basket stars in the center of the screen now. It's grabbed onto a... Oh yeah, snap zoom would be great. It's just holding on to this pretty small black coral. Looks like it might just be the skeleton. Yeah, I think the dead skeleton of one. Such interesting that they can persist for so long. Oh, wow. Oh, it's been colonized. Oh, it's covered in caprellids. Little, I'm pretty sure we call them skeleton. Yeah, skeleton shrimp. Amazing. I thought they looked like coral tissue. There were so many. Very cool. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, another one of those benthic jellies. We've been seeing quite a few of these now on the trip. They're Pictogastria, probably Pictogastria polaris. Good catch. I think I might have seen another nudibranch kind of under where that basket star is, and another one of these really big, impressive basket stars. Gorgonocephalus. And yeah, starting to see more of these black corals again. Beautiful. So those little white dots, one of our... Oh yeah, let's get a close-up of this one. I'm sure we'll never get complaints about a close-up of a sea star. And there's 2 for 1. I think a little, well... Okay, we have a whoa, what is that? Which is always good. And maybe a slightly different morphology of the cup coral that we're seeing. A little more pinched at the bottom, or kind of trumpet shaped.
And what is that behind him with the hole in the middle? Is that a sponge?
I think that's a sponge over there, yeah. And another one of those pyramid-shaped gastropods that we saw earlier, possibly the Calliostoma.
With its little eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so cute. But yeah, that's always a good sign when we get a, whoa, what is that? From the science chat. I think a little mysid shrimp up along the top. Brittle star arms sticking out everywhere, and a cup coral kind of in the center right. Aha, Henricea, great. That's great. That's kind of what I was thinking from far away, but I don't have quite an eye for it. But Henricea is very difficult to separate out species for identification. Oh yeah, and one of those nudibranchs kind of that we saw earlier with the transverse rows of those little frilly appendages. But we got a good zoom earlier. We're okay. Plus a nice low faster sea star in there too. And yeah, we're just seeing dozens of these little cup corals. Of course, lots and lots of brachiopods. I think we're getting some hydroids. Every now and then we get these ctenophores slowly flowing through. Something bigger making a shadow. What's that? Some kind of a fish that came up close but not in our main camera. Oh, there's another glass sponge. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. So this is another one of our reef-forming sponges. So this, I believe, is an Afrocallistidae. So a lot of these have the ability to, they build on top of other dead skeletons of other sponges from the same group, and they can make really big reef-like structures. I think the common name for these are the cloud sponge. But this one's probably Afrocallistes vastus. Beautiful. Little patch of kind of maybe dead and sedimented tissue at the bottom. Overall, a really nice looking individual. And you always got to take a look. See if there's anything living right inside. It's not uncommon to find different crustaceans and even fish associated with the inside of these sponges. No, I guess they're out today. It's a beautiful zoom. Thanks so much. And a nice black coral behind it, covered in those pyramid-shaped gastropods, probably Calliostoma snails. That's great, thank you. I think I'm seeing a couple of the dead black coral skeletons with just a little bit of tissue living at the tips, getting sedimented. I think that's another, possibly a blackfin sculpin that we saw earlier on the dive. I think I see little arrow worms flickering away in the water column. Oh yeah, this little stalked thingy. Little stalked thingy right in the center and slightly up. Could be a solitary hydroid of some kind. Wow, the contrast is really beautiful. I think that's what we're looking at. So it's a hydroid or a member of the hydrozoa in solitary form, with a little crustacean associated hanging on to one of the tentacles, and another one also just to the right, maybe. Very cool. This is beautiful. Watch all that marine snow kind of flowing through. Wow. Ooh. Can move a lot quicker than I thought it could. That's great. Or it caught something that it was interested in. Beautiful. Look at all the details you can see with this close-up. It's just amazing. I think more of these brittle stars that we were seeing earlier. Ophiophilus aculeata probably is the most common sea star, or brittle stars in this area. I think that's another cross-aster. Get a nice zoom of it earlier. We'll just do a quick one to confirm. And then some small, thin branching structures, probably hydroids.
Most of these are odd numbers. This one's got 10 legs, doesn't it?
Two, four, six, had to count it over a few times. I count 10. Possibly that solitary hydroid court was a Corymorpha, and another one used to be in the group Tubularia. Apparently the number of arms can vary. Usually there's like a range of arms of a number for different species. Oh wow. Some very cool looking fan worms, I think. These feeding appendages from some of these tube dwelling worms. A little bit more sponge, but I think, yeah, we'll keep on covering ground. A little, possibly another sculpin just wedged in between that crack in the rock. Very cool.
Got a little pocket of sediment, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Somehow
Oh,
hanging
wow.
on here, or maybe that's just a
Ooh.
exposed rock face. Oh, look at that.
Wow, look at this. Little bit of an overhang.
And how about some brachiopods?
Yeah. Because I could get to a brachiopod or two. Wow. Just this rock or this kind of overhang that we have here is just covered. And I think either anemones or cup corals in between. Oh, that looks cool. I'd like to go check that out. I think we have maybe an older skeleton of a glass sponge. Looks like there's lots going on at the base there. With maybe a little bit of primnoa, basket star, all kinds of stuff. But what is this? Huh? Beautiful. Wow, yeah. Just covered in hundreds, well, we've seen thousands of these brachiopods. Seeing some small gastropods, I think small anemones maybe. There's maybe some cup corals in there. Oh yeah, there's quite a few. This is an interesting kind of branching sponge. It's definitely a different morphology to the ones that we were looking at. Okay, yeah, that could be a little carnivorous sponge, a really small one, probably Asbestopluma. And yeah, kind of like carnivorous plants, these sponges will, they have sort of Velcro-like structures that make little zooplankton will get stuck in those little arms, and then eventually the sponge will grow over the little crustacean and absorb it. So if we get these in the lab, sometimes we have the partially digested remains of crustaceans. Could we zoom out and down? There was kind of a branched, like a bushy structure down a little bit. Oh yeah, to the left there, that one. To the left of the lasers. Like a densely branched, light pinkish colored, maybe hydrocoral. Yeah, just above. Yeah, a little higher. Oh, that's a really cool a worm. I think it's a fan of a worm. What is this one? This could be, I think a little hydrocoral, which is excellent. The first one that we can kind of say for sure. Most of these are in the genus Stylaster, the ones that I know of. There are others, but this looks a little bit more like a Stylasterid to me. So they're more, they're in the, they're grouped in with the hydroids, so they're hydrozoan corals. That's why we call them hydrocorals, but they have this a really hard skeleton. They don't usually get as big as some of the other corals that we see, but they obviously make some really intricate little small habitats. That's beautiful. Thanks for that. Yeah, another one of those jellies. We've had lots of zooms of those. I think we're okay. Thank you. Couple of little, maybe juvenile glass sponges as well. Wow. Just covered. Look at all this. Oh, I think we're seeing another primnoa. This is This is exciting. Huh.
I don't know what those are.
Oh, I think it's one of those pelagic sponges. No,
A pelagic sponge.
Just kidding. I think
Okay,
just
you're testing me.
could have been. You never know. But I'm pretty sure it got caught up in the current. Yeah, so this looks like a different kind of sponge than we've been seeing. Maybe something a bit more like the boot sponges. A little bit hard to tell. Oh, this one here. Yeah. The really thin branching, it could be that some of the Afrocallistidae sponges start out this way as these kind of shorter branches, and then, yeah.
Those are great looking patterns.
Oh yeah, that's different. I think that's a different encrusting sponge with the really cool canals running through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing quite a few different things just in this really tight field of view. Of course, those brachiopods are everywhere, highly abundant. Some little egg casings to the left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think these kind of finger-like projections coming out are maybe juveniles of some of the other sponges, or they could be, there are other sponges that have this morphology as well. It's a little small to tell. Yeah, these could also be a demo sponge, maybe like a Haloclona hot dog sponges. I like it. It's official. And then I think over here at the base of this Primnoa, which is probably the biggest Primnoa that we've seen so far on this dive, we're seeing another, maybe a Rossellid sponge. It's a little hard to say, actually. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I think I'm seeing enough. Oh. Wow. And yeah, you can see the kind of downward facing, highly armored polyps that kind of, gives you a hint that it's probably in the Primnoidae. I'm seeing those little skeleton shrimp, the caprellids. A little really thin, almost transparent shrimp. And then these armored polyps on the Primnoa coral. Looks like something took a good chunk out of it, and I think it's maybe safe to assume it's that nudibranch on top. I've seen them predating on corals before. Thanks for that zoom. That's great. So this one looks a little more like the Tritonia nudibranchs we've seen on other dives, and I have seen them viciously attack corals like this in the past. Of course, everywhere that there's bare skeleton, it looks like something else is setting up shop and using the opportunity to climb up this coral skeleton for a little bit of extra room. Beautiful. Just almost looks sparse just because it's not completely covered in brachiopods with this band, but I think we're getting into more just up here.
Kind of a massive looking face, fractures. So we're just passing through about, getting to 445 meters, so we've come up a little more than 100 meters from where we started. And maybe getting about halfway up this face at this point.
Yeah, I'd love a closer look at this anemone. Thanks. Beautiful. Might be similar to the pinkish one that we saw earlier, slightly different coloration, and of course we'll have to compare the the imagery side by side to be sure. That's beautiful. You can see little brittle star arms sticking out of the base. More of those brachiopods just everywhere. I'm also noticing quite a few cup corals, especially in the lower right. There's some with living tissue, and then lots and lots of their dead kind of skeletons. You can see the different divisions in the cup that's left behind, and those are features that we use to help to identify them in the lab. Little tiny sculpin in there too. Wow. So I think, ooh, there's some more Primnoa. Some more, maybe a couple of scattered stylaster hydrocorals. There's the crossaster, the rose star, that pinkish multi-armed sea star. Okay, we're getting to a little bit of a ledge, I think. Maybe. Well, hard to tell. Another kind of older, I think, glass sponge. And yeah, these little kind of antler-shaped or finger-shaped sponges, I think might be their own separate thing, maybe more of a demo sponge. If you keep an eye on these little kind of light reddish fans, these feeding appendages of these tube worms that are sticking out, every now and then you can see them disappear, and they can very quickly retract into the tube. Just saw a cookie star. The Ceramaster, there's another one up there. RV, could we get a quick zoom of these worms, the fan-shaped things? You know, they retract pretty quick. But just for all the worm fans out there, I think these are really beautiful. You can see some of the tubes that don't have the fan sticking out, so the worm is retracted way down there, but these other ones will have them out, and they're, you know, actively looking for something in the water column of interest. Wow, and just there's so much to look at here. Seeing lots of empty coral cups, and a couple that are living with their polyps intact, and the tentacles sticking out. If you look at even the banding on the individual fan arms, kind of like a red and white alternating color pattern. That's beautiful. More of these brittle stars. It looks like there's a branching bryozoan to the lower right, pieces of a crinoid, a feather star, that pyramid-shaped snail, Calliostoma probably. That's beautiful. Thanks for that. Again, that looks like a dead bamboo coral skeleton to me, although really hard to tell. Oh, there's another black coral we haven't seen in a minute. Those Bathypathes alaskensis. Another big Hippasteria, a couple of them. Another Rossellid sponge, I would say. Oh, there's another nice Primnoa. We got a good zoom of one earlier. I think we're okay. Just noting it as we pass by. It's beautiful. Getting a little bit bigger as we ascend, so I think the first few that we saw were juvenile Primnoas, and now we're starting to see some larger colonies as we ascend this cliff face. More of these really interesting tubular sponges. Oh, and a few of these larger black corals. Wow.
A little bit better bedded interval of the rocks right here, not the real massive stuff we've been in most of the time, but just passing away from, and maybe still here you can get the sense we're looking at the original bedding.
Oh, could we get a quick zoom of that sea star, the probably Celaster under the basket star? Thank you. There we go. I felt bad for passing up a Celaster earlier, so now I can redeem myself a little bit. I'm glad I found one, I think. Oh, very cool. Oh, wow. See that little scale worm up there making its way out of the shot. And, yeah, really nice, I think a Celaster of some kind. Those brittle stars in the back, you can see lots of the old cup coral skeletons and lots of living ones as well. Look at that. Just a beautiful giant basket star Gorgonocephalus hanging off of this kind of antler-shaped sponge. That's a cool shot. Oh, there's a little sculpin even down to the lower left.
Oh, yeah.
You know, wow, how many different phyla are just in this one shot, I think I see the carnivorous sponge is Bestibluma, 2 of them, or 3 to the lower left. Of course, there are these brittle stars absolutely everywhere, and that those small kind of white globs that could be larvae of some of the mollusks or possibly the brachiopods. We'll definitely have to do some detailed morphological analysis and genetics probably as well to confirm. Look at the branching, the intricate branching in these basket star arms. You can see when they release them, they uncurl to reveal more and more branches. And you often see them intertwined around something like a coral branch. And here, around these kind of antler-shaped sponges, a demosponge of some kind. Just beautiful. It's really delicate network of branched arms. Just stunning. Oh, thanks for that. That was an excellent angle and setup. It was really beautiful. I'm seeing a couple of like the dead branches left over from a few of those black corals, just a skeleton. Ooh, okay, this is definitely a bamboo coral skeleton. Yeah. I thought I was seeing pieces a little further down, but this one is really clear. You can see the banding of the darker nodes in between the light-colored internodes of this bamboo coral. That's how they get their name. Often it's obscured with tissue, but this is a dead skeleton that's partially covered with encrusting fauna. And based on the branching pattern, which is not always the way to go, wow, look at all that stuff. Whole bunch of, sedimented tubes connected together. That was cool. But based on the way that this one is branching, right now it would probably be put in the genus Isidella, I think. Oh, a little stalked barnacle, a tiny little scalp-bellied stalked barnacle, and these small, maybe juvenile brachiopods, I think, on the left. Yeah, they're that tiny little scalp-bellied barnacle. Wonder if we'll see any larger individuals. It's beautiful. A couple of serpulid worms, crinoids attached. It's covered in some of these shells. Maybe they're bivalves actually. Some of them look a little like scallops to me. Wow, and a little Ketchikan kind of in the water column there. And I don't know who's making these tubes. Maybe it's these amphipods. That's interesting, actually. Could we get a zoom on the tubes? These, like, muddy tubes. Yeah. That's okay.
So what are those stalks made of? Is that calcium carbonate?
With the... well, that's a good question. With the bamboo corals, I know the other groups a lot better. There we go. Could be. We've seen several live Isidella tentaculum during this expedition. So yeah, possibly the dead skeleton of an Isidella. Cool.
So those are...
Wow, every one of those. Wow, it's a little colony. Oh, this is very cool. I don't think that we've seen this one yet. Amphipod City. I love it. I remember someone was talking about amphipod tubes at the beginning of this expedition, and we haven't seen anything quite like this. Oh, okay. So the name of the protein, I had to look it up, those bands in between. So yes, calcium carbonate makes up the kind of the white part, the internodes, and then it's a gorgonin protein in between.
Gorgonin protein.
Oh, very cool.
Sounds like something out of Star Trek.
Well, I assume... Yeah, which one came first? Probably the name of the coral and then the description of the protein that's involved.
Brachiopod City.
Is it ever? Just covering everything on this boulder. Makes your job a little harder. It sure is beautiful. Oh, wow. There's a nice big, one of the larger primnoas. Looks like we're getting to a little bit of a ledge here where some of this detritus or marine snow can accumulate. But everywhere that isn't accumulated, there seems to be just a covering of, brachiopods and cup corals and brittle stars.
Yeah, almost looks like it's starting to... Maybe the top of this cliff is starting to round off a little bit. We're getting little pockets where the sediment can collect, perhaps in a little more permanent sense.
Ooh, oh yeah. Oh, very cool. Yeah, a larger, probably Afrocalistes vastus, sometimes called the cloud sponge, which I really love. There we go. Somebody's home in this one. See if we can get a little peek at who's hanging out in there. There's at least one, but I think I see a little, the ends of another one. Wow. These small crabs, I wonder. Yeah. We'll collect this imagery and see if our shore-based scientists can get an ID. It looks almost like a decorator crab with all of its little outfit.
Now, does it benefit the sponge to have these living in as guests?
That's a good question. I think the sponge, to me, seems to be fine without them. They're usually, it's not like they're doing any extra cleaning that I've seen, although I don't know as much about the reef sponges. They're generally a little bit more shallow and nearshore than my study sites. They're pretty rare on the seamounts. Yeah, I think they're more, beneficial to the organisms that are in and around it. But I'm sure there are complex interactions, when you have potentially hundreds of different organisms on a single sponge, then you would think there'd be a little bit of benefit, but that I don't know. Another nudibranch. Yeah, a little bit different than the Tritonia. It's got those, kind of like lines of these frilled appendages. Maybe similar to one that we've sampled on an earlier dive. Be interesting to compare. Very cool, thank you. Okay, we're just going to take a moment to switch over pilots, and we'll have a nice wide view of what's going on here.
I don't know what knocked him loose, but there he goes.
Yeah, one of those pelagic starfish. That's Hippasteria, I think, and they're pretty tough. That one's going to be just fine. A falling star, love it. I can see a couple of those corals. Coral species we've seen so far: Primnoa pacifica, the Pacific red tree coral, and Bathypathes alaskensis, the Alaskan Bathypathes coral. Little Ketchikan or arrowworms are those kind of little line-shaped, translucent swimming things that you see in the water column. That's sure, sounds good. And we should say the common name of the red tree coral isn't super helpful here because they're a lot more closer to a white color. So the red tree corals in the northwest Pacific perhaps, but definitely white here. Oh no, white in the northwest. Yeah, so maybe some different color morphs in different parts of the Pacific. I notice they're quite a bit lighter, maybe like a light pink.
It's funny that I expected black corals to be black.
Mm-hmm. How dare you, yeah. How could you make that mistake? I was also very confused. Beautiful. Nice. So that's a little ctenophore comb jelly, possibly Bolenopsis. And you can see its little combs or cilia lighting up.
Really nice special effects when he lights those up.
Yeah, I love it. The full, spectrum. Oh, wow. And look at this shot, too.
Mm-hmm.
Just beautiful.
Loads of brachiopods again.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen them in such high abundance. A couple of different anemones that we're seeing up here, and yeah, just thousands and thousands of brachiopods. Oh, a nice big sponge and some coral and really large anemones as well on this overhang. Beautiful. Huh. We're covered in some of these really large anemones. It looks like there's a menacing nudibranch coming straight for that primnoa right at the base there. Wow, ooh, some nice big clumps of anemones and a solaster, the sunstar. And of course, Primnoa pacifica, originally described from a specimen in Japan, and then documented in BC up to Alaska. Beautiful. Look at these. Look at the... Wow, the gradient of colors. Oh, some maybe stoloniferous coral in between. I was wondering what the white was. A crab. I don't see one. This is amazing. So I don't think that we have any biologists or scientists in the science chat that identify anemones. So what we'll do is collect some really detailed close-ups, and we can use them for identification later on review. More of that stoloniferous coral. A lot of these get put in the genus Clavularia, which it could possibly be, but there are a few other genera known from the area. We'd have to look at them in a lab to be sure. Wow.
It's almost like a little bouquet.
Yeah. Oh, it's just stunning. I love the color gradient. And the whites and oranges and pinks in these. I wonder what those little yellow flecks are. Oh, they're
amphipods?
Yeah, little crustaceans.
Huh?
Wow. Cute. I wouldn't get too close to that mouth if I were them. Wow, these little yellow crustaceans are just stunning. Huh. Ooh, what? What was that? Huh, piece of that just came out. Looks like a piece of a comb jelly, maybe. Hard to say. No, I don't know what it is.
Looks like squid, doesn't it? Huh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's let it go.
Pull wide, slow.
Roger.
Wow, there's so much to see just in this one
Back
area
up,
we've
down.
zoomed in on.
Up
Look
a
at all the
little
marine
Yep.
snow blowing in the current.
Easing back.
Large sun star.
Just a little bit of
Solaster, we have a Hippasteria above,
bunch of crop wash on the wall. It's like
and a
Going slow back
crossaster to the lower
See
left.
some stars up here. Yeah, look at that.
Yes, beautiful.
Barely came back.
If we could get a zoom on that larger sea star.
Roger.
think that might be a
takes
different
us
one.
down.
Oh, interesting.
Offloaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he looks new to me.
Yeah, this one looks like just like Patrick.
The altitude is 111 right now.
There's Patrick.
I'm not sure I believe the 111, but Sean did say Sirius was reading 80 shortly before handoff.
Frame it up, Roland. Get the full specimen, maybe.
Yeah. So my heading hasn't
Beautiful,
changed.
thanks for that.
That's just these ship ellipticals that are
I
causing
think
me to
maybe
go
some
back to
Syrianthid
Lasers are
anemones
now
in
on.
between.
Be advised.
Also these big tubes, different kinds of tube-dwelling worms.
I'm going to continue.
These,
Unofficially known as the Pillsbury Doe Star.
Okay, these white
Bring
anemones,
fogs
I
down a
think,
little.
I think we've seen before. Let me see. I want to say metridium, but I will double check.
So it's not blinding. There we go. Pretty good view from bonus camera.
Could we zoom in on that star? I'm actually
it up
more
with
interested in looking at the rock he's sitting on, but it's a good exposure.
Well, we won't get any complaints because look at all the other stuff there is to
looks
look
like
at.
it looks like the rock is
Sean had
actually,
the starboard lower.
if we're actually seeing rock, a
Slightly
little bit
deployed. You
sandier
want to
right
keep it
there.
You want me to tuck
Maybe
it up?
a sandstone,
good.
but maybe that is just
Keep an eye on it if I like.
loose material that's settled there.
Lower port out again then. Spread the light.
So he's a little got a strange folded up appearance to him.
Okay, so this is the first one of these Gephariaster Swifty. Gephariaster Swifty. Very cool. And maybe little corallimorphs beside it, more of these cup corals. Wow. Yeah, I am familiar with them, but yeah, let's get a close-up of them. These look like metridium sea anemones to me. More of those antler sponges. Oh, wow. Huh.
Wow.
Beautiful. Wow, look at all the tentacles kind of on so many that they're folded up onto each other, really small ones. If it is metridium, then they can get a really long kind of stalk and then retract into these really tight little balls. So there we go. Every now and then I can make an educated guess at an anemone ID, but There we go, seconded by Chris Ma, who agrees this is a Metridium, an anemone in the genus Metridium. Very cool. What's our depth here, about 420?
We're right at 421.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Just look at all of the life even in the water column around these beautiful anemones. Seeing a couple of pandalid shrimp, those small cross-aster multi-armed sea stars, also filled with brachiopods, worm tubes, serianthid anemones. I'm seeing fish, probably that blackfin sculpin we saw earlier. Comb jellies and arrowworms flying everywhere. This is amazing.
Now the anemones seem much happier up here than just a few meters down lower, but they the brachiopod encrustant population hasn't really given way yet.
No, they must be growing on top of the brachiopods. They're definitely competing for a foothold in here. Oh wow, look at all these. Wow. Seeing, the more that I look for them, the more, dozens and dozens of these little arrowworms I see, the Ketchikan floating in the water column. Okay. Can we zoom in on that coral to the left that you're just seeing the branches of? Thank you. I think it's another Primnoa. Nice little snap to confirm, and then we could continue. Lots of different kinds of encrusting sponge in this area. All those Hippasteria coming down can just park and eat. Love it. I guess we know who's on which side, at least. Some of us are on the side of the corals, some of us are on the side of the sea stars. Both of them are going to do their own thing, regardless. That's great. Actually, I got what I need. That's a Primnoa. Thanks for that. Sure, yeah. Get a nice close-up of the armored polyps. Wow, from this one you could even identify potentially there's a variant that I believe the way that you tell is by looking at the sclerites and seeing if they're kind of missing a gap in the middle and they look like they're twisted around. So there's another variant known from these waters that I haven't seen myself. Beautiful. Okay, I think we'll continue and scan around a little bit. Just, thousands at this point of those small cup coral skeletons. Do you hear that? I think they're... Art, can you hear them? Oh, okay. Oh, they just, they were talking to you. Pilot, I think.
Do we want to get, since we're not sampling anything else, a water sample anywhere around here?
Oh, sure. A water sample is a great idea, actually. ROV watch lead. Could we get a Niskin here, please? Thank you. No, I think we'll maybe wait. Yep.
3W. Sample ID EX2306-D09-03W. Not sample canister 2, but Niskin bottle 2.
So could we pan out a little bit, or is this the full wide? Yeah, just trying to get a feel for the different corals and sponges around here. Another nice big cloud sponge. Yeah. Yeah, we've got great close-ups of that one, though, just observing.
And I get a sense that we're starting to get into some more or some less metamorphosed rocks, and that the beds, the original bedding, is starting to stand up a little better than it was before, even though we actually can't see the rock at all from what I can see here.
So we're good to keep on moving up this, vertical rock face. Yeah, I'd like to go straight up. I think I have a good idea. Yeah, thank you. There's a nice looking hydrocoral in that clump, but I think we'll continue to scan our way up this feature. Make sure that we can cover all the ground that we can today. If we could get the lasers on also. Yeah. Oh, a snap zoom of this white branching, probably a hydrocoral would be great. Yeah, any of the white clumps. Yeah, even the higher ones are fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one there. Thank you. Beautiful. So that's another one of those stylasterid hydrocorals. Probably, well, yeah, probably in the genus Stylaster is my guess. Well, maybe not. I'll have to take some detailed images. This is great. Sure, if we could get a little closer for detailed analysis. I know there are a couple of other groups besides just the genus Stylaster.
I'm going to float it. Take it. Take zoom. Yep. I'm floating, so it's not going to be perfectly steady. Let's see what I can do.
Oh, it's beautiful, though. You can even see their little individual tentacles coming out of those. You can see the round openings are where the feeding appendages, those little tentacles come out.
Lock it in. Just careful how much more you turn around. Starboard side.
And of course, these ones are covered in that really spiny little brittle star.
Fog lights.
Coming up.
So yeah, wow, I can see features on this zoom that would normally take me probably a dissecting microscope to look at. This is awesome. You can even see some Pronoa polyps mixed in at the bottom of these. That's wonderful. I think we've got lots to work with.
Okay.
Video's clear.
Ophiophilus still here.
Sorry, Ron.
Some of these look like Ophiacantha,
Lights back down.
the brittle star genera that we're looking at, or maybe shifting a little bit.
All right.
Wow, covered in this light pink and whitish hydrocoral. Very cool to see. Here's another bamboo coral skeleton.
Yeah, looks good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been with us since the start of the dive, for sure.
And right when I called for a more bedded look to the rocks, we go up a big interval of several meters that looks completely massive. So it might actually reflect some of the original lithology, where we're looking at some thicker beds, perhaps of sandstones interbedded with the finer beds of, like we're seeing here, of more shaly type rocks.
Looks like we've reached a bit of a ledge here. There's a big overhang to the left, but still lots more of this wall to the right. Oh, another octopus. Yes, please. Always. Yeah. I think it's safe to say another very small. This one's way bigger. So I think this is the Pacific giant octopus. Let's see, Enteroctopus duffleini. Wow, I've never had to try to pronounce that out loud before. Enteroctopus, giant Pacific octopus, so we'll try to leave it at that. Wow, look at the texture on the mantle. Just beautiful. So, yeah, a larger version of the really small one that we saw before. And we had Michael Vecchione piping in earlier in the dive with agreeing with that identification. So hopefully it's at least in the ballpark. But yeah, this looks like a giant Pacific octopus. Very cool. Very active one too. Yeah, what do you think they're reaching out for? Huh? Wow. little scallop swimming around. I think it would also be wise to move along. You can see the siphon and all of the beautiful texture on the mantle, the different colors, those chromatophores dotting the skin. Wow. Oh, just beautiful. Look at this. Oh, wow. So this one's on the move. Maybe curling up to wedge into this crevice or come back out. Beautiful. Thanks for that. Of course, the only notes I have in the science chat are about the brittle stars and the scallops. We'll say goodbye to the beautiful giant Pacific octopus. Love to see those.
We're just passing through 400 meters depth on our way up the steep escarpment. Not Octopus Friday.
Ooh, that's a really nice, probably a Rossellid sponge, one of our boot sponges. Hard to differentiate these in situ, so we normally group them. Is there a few different species? It could be this one, maybe something like Acanthascus, but there's a couple others. No, I think we've got some good close-ups earlier. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just covered. Yeah. Keeps on going. Wow. Yeah, and still covered in brachiopods everywhere. One of the super abundant species we've been seeing, but we're starting to see more hydrocorals. Still lots of those cup corals, maybe some other small encrusting sponges. We've been seeing these black corals, bathypathes, since the beginning of the dive, way at the bottom. And also these comb jellies that we've seen quite a few of here. Actually, more and more of these black corals as we get a little bit higher on just on this kind of ledge here. I think that's a big celaster in the back. Nudibranchs at the base of that, one of those black corals. I think that's another little octopus down there in the crevice. I think just kind of crawling up. Just a quick zoom. We got some excellent footage, but it's always nice to take a peek. Yeah. Me too. Wow. Yeah.
You can get the sense of how steep it is right here.
Yes.
He was doing
just tucking into that little crevice. Yeah. Yeah. He's out of here.
And he's executing the classic mountain
That's great.
climbing
We got
move.
some really good imagery of a larger one earlier, so we can leave. Yeah.
Wedging one of his arms into the crack is on his way down.
Yeah. I'm not too worried. There is that ledge there, but it is very steep here. Ooh. Apparently there's a really big fish somewhere. Oh, there we go.
There he is.
Nice. Ooh. Wow. Okay. So another one of these rockfish with the slight banding. You know, kind of alternating lighter and darker red patches. Again, I think there are a few species this one could be, so we just kind of give them a morphotype of like a barred rockfish, but there are a few different species that have that pattern, so we'll have to look at other features that are a little more solid. And I don't think I have a whole lot. I don't think any fish biologists have joined us today, so we'll have to review the imagery afterwards, which we will be definitely doing. I will be looking for corals and sponges, but of course everyone has their area of interest, and this video can accommodate a little bit of everything. We've seen so much on this dive. That's great. I think we're good. Yeah, we've had some zooms on that one farther down. Thank you.
I get the sense that the orientation of the rocks has changed somewhat significantly. We're seeing the beds appear to dip or tilt off to the right when mostly when we've been able to discern them, they've been sort of dipping moderately to just slightly to the left of our view. So we may have crossed a small fault. Definitely a little pocket where we're getting a little more sediment accumulating. Nice. Another, yeah. He's pulling, yeah, wrapped around a hydroid. He's not hiding. He's got a good place to sit underneath that brachiopod encrusted sponge. Not brachiopod, brittle star. It looks like a pretty sheer face to our left over in the dark depths.
It's a nice big bamboo coral. I think we can keep on going. I'd like to continue to scan our way up this feature. Love to get to the top. Wow. Really abundant black corals as well. That's the first nice big bamboo coral I've seen. Oh, could we get the lasers on, please? No, it's fine. Thanks. I'll try to remind you if I notice. Wow. You can see on the left there how steep this feature is. This is pretty much straight up. The ship has moved very little since we approached this wall, I think. Yes. I can't. Really interested to see what the top of this looks like. I think I see another one of those chitons at the base of one of the black corals on the right. Some more cookie stars, Sarah Master. Oh, yeah, a snap zoom on the chiton would be great. Beautiful. It's a big one.
So we're starting to see a little bit more sediment pile up, but I know that the cliff is not getting a whole lot shallower or less steep than it has been, and I almost wonder if it's just perhaps the currents are a little less either up here now because we're a little higher, or simply because we're in a different part of the tidal cycle, and that maybe in another few hours this will all get swept away.
Right, I would imagine a lot can settle in between the tides.
Yeah, well, yeah, judging from what you see in the water column, I would say so.
Yeah, there's a lot of material for sure. Another one of those spiky sea cucumbers. And I think the Liponema pom-pom anemone. I think so, yeah. Yeah, we've seen one or two, not a lot. That's great. Yeah, I think to me it looks just like those. No, that's great from here. I think it's, yeah, that one has really distinct banding. Could be the red-banded rockfish. Let's see. Sebasti's babcocki. So the red-banded rockfish possibly. But we'll have to get our fish biologists to comb over this video afterwards and provide some better IDs. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, actually a quick zoom in there would be cool. Something just kind of moved. Beautiful though. So those white hydrocorals at the base, and then kind of a thinner looking Primnoa. and lots of those little small cup corals. I think we said probably Caryophilia genus. Kind of has a white calcareous cup and then bright orange tentacles and tissue. And lots of those white hydrocorals. We got a great zoom in on them earlier. We should be able to place it at least into a genus. A lot of them are stylasterids in the genus Stylaster, but there are a couple of others, so I won't quite call it yet. Some kind of a yellow encrusting sponge in the middle. Starting to see more brittle stars again. Some nice looking boulders here.
Nice boulders, yeah. I noted in general, I think, when you were out, that the rocks are now dipping kind of steeply to the right. When I think over most of the dive, they've been mostly dipping kind of more gently to the left. So we may have gone across a small fault, or I guess that's the best way to put it. I was going to say discontinuity of some point, of some sort, but that would be a fault.
There's a word for that. There we go. I like it. So a real big difference between where the sediment is kind of, this detritus is settling on the one face of these rocks, and then the other kind of clearer side that is covered with brittle stars and these brachiopods.
Yeah, there's definitely one side of the rock they don't seem to like.
Wow, they like it here, though. Look at all this. A big Solaster sunstar. RV, could we zoom in to the right below the sunstar? Those kind of yellow discs in a row, more to the right. Yeah, there. See the yellow stack of little discs, maybe?
Oh,
yeah. It's just something a little bit different. Not totally sure what those are. A little closer would be great, yeah. Ooh, wow. No, that's great. That tells me that I still don't know what it is, but yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's a great shot, actually. We're good to continue. Just to document, yeah, I think I'm keen to see the top of this feature. I think we'll continue. Thank you. Okay, someone else noticed it too in the science chat. I'm wondering if after that quick zoom we have any thoughts. We saw some others in a zoom that we did, but I think there was a lot going on, so maybe we can tell a little bit more from the zoom we just collected. Yeah, there we go. It is getting less cliffy, more slopey. And still lots of those black corals, they seem to really like this feature. We've seen them all the way up this transect. Oh, sounds good. ROV, could we zoom in just where the lasers are right now? Yeah. Little red thing. Oh, cute. Another little mini sea cucumber. Oh, that's looks very cute. I think I have an ID on a similar one. Maybe something like Aposticopus is a genus of sea cucumber. That kind of looks like that could be a juvenile version of that. Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Looks
yeah,
good.
let's spend a bit of time zooming around. Yeah, that one looks like the cross aster. And yeah, where we have this bit of a ledge here, there's everything is just covered in this shell debris. Yeah, that is a big shrimp. Nice. I'm looking around, some of those little branched things are probably branched little tree-shaped bryozoans, encrusting sponges all around. A couple of different kinds of worm tubes, I think. And yeah, I'd say this one is probably the rose star cross aster. Thank you. Sure, we'll definitely, take a minute to zoom in on these black corals. You can see all those little squishy hanging things, or the tentacles coming out of the polyps. A really different kind of symmetry from what we were seeing on the octocorals. You can see the dark black skeleton showing through a little bit through the translucent tissue, which is where they get their name. And just kind of blowing in the current, feeding on the detritus, of which there is plenty in this area. I think I see a little chitin back there too. One of the dark fin sculpins that we've been seeing on and off through this dive. Sure. Yeah, sounds good. Mm-hmm. So we'll take this moment while we're coordinating with the ship and getting a bit of a move to take a good close look at the species that we're seeing around this area, this little ledge. Oh, that's cool. There's something in the rock behind it as well. I think one of the sculpins. Here you can see each individual little, spine kind of dotting the head. There's little frilled appendages by the nose, some kind of sensory organ. There might be like a sea slug of some kind just beside it. Oh, this is a little different. Beautiful, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I think some kind of a pandalid shrimp, I think. the really distinct banding on the legs. And yeah, we also, I echo the sentiment from the science chat. Asako has called this Bathypathes world, and it's true. The Bathypathes here have been super abundant. I don't think I've ever seen quite so many. Ooh, beautiful. Yeah, look at the like iridescence on the eyes. And yeah, you can see that banding, the white and red patches on the legs.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of little white stripes on the carapace. And can use those to hopefully narrow it down. Wow. Can we get a zoom on that, the white coral in the middle, just above the lasers? Like, is it a small coral or a really big hydrocoral? Wow. Yeah, I think a really big hydrocoral covered in these really spiny brittle stars. I think I just saw like 10 Ketchikan floating through the water column too. Beautiful. Huh.
Maybe horizontal bending here, but not real distinct. Now a little brachiopod colony there.
Yeah, actually, that would be great. Yeah, more of those kind of cone or pyramid-shaped gastropods or a snail. Yeah, that looks like that could be the foot. Kind of hard to say. It's really wrapped around the thin branches of this coral. There we go. Calliostoma is probably the genus that we're looking at. It's been interesting. We've seen a few of them predating on the Bathypathes alaskensis, these black corals we've been seeing. So it looks like they're stripping some of the tissue away, and they don't mind the little spines that exist on the skeleton of these black corals. A couple of those shrimp in the background. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Some of them have kind of like a circular, transparent foot. So when they bring that kind of the body in, it's this little harder plate at the end of their foot, I guess, that kind of seals up the shell when they fully retract. Wow, still more and more of these black corals, and I think I saw another one of the cloud sponges in the background.
Approaching 325 meters depth on our way up.
A lot more soft sediment accumulated in this area. And fewer things growing on it for sure.
Yeah, the cliff is sort of rolling off. You can see it in the contours. It's not quite as steep as it was.
See a few of these wispy things to the side look like just the ends of a black coral that's maybe been eaten almost completely by those vicious coral predators, those little spirally shells. But there's no shortage of black corals here, just everywhere. Is this a bit of line? I think we see a bit of fishing line.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, quite a bit. Wow, it's really hard to make it out through all of the marine snow, but I think there's quite a bit of this line. Yeah, it looks like it's coming up and wrapping around all over the place. Wow.
Yikes.
Look at this. Well, a lot of our coral records are from fishing activity, so it's definitely something we don't want to get too close to with our ROV, but we'll see if we can continue up while keeping a close eye on it. You can see it's at least been long enough to be colonized by a couple of things. Looks like hydroids and crinoids. Ooh, could we zoom in straight ahead? There's a funny white spirally thing above the lasers. There we go. Yeah. Could be a little trace of egg casing from somebody. One of these, some of these gastropods leave really amazing.
He looks like he's kind of anchored.
The nudibranchs can do these too.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not familiar enough with the different species, but it could be a nudibranch or a gastropod egg case. Wow, some really big individual bathypathes corals.
It looks like a drop-off.
Is it ever? I think that might be where that line got hooked on or caught up. More of those gastropods on the black coral, kind of eating away at the tissue. Little fish. Yeah, it is flattening out a little bit right in this area. Oh, cute though. This one is definitely smiling at us. Aww.
Now he's like...
oh, cute. This looks a little bit different from the one that we saw, maybe a little bit spikier. Whoa, and fast. All right. Great. Look at this huge bathypathes. Oh, and there's a big lithodid crab in the background. It's the first one of those that we've seen on this dive. Yeah, really interesting looking sea star in behind this big black coral. Yeah, that one's pretty cool.
This outcrop looks like it might be a little fold. I see it kind of continuously. Oh, crab.
Yeah, well, and it's hiding, to be fair. It's hiding. Yeah, let's get a nice zoom of this sea star, please. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thanks. Maybe just a quick look to get an ID. Let's see. Yeah, this is a big one. So I have a few. This could possibly be something like one of the lithodes crabs. There's the scarlet king crab as a strong contender, but there's also the golden king crab and a couple of others. A little hard to say. Okay, that's great for us. I think we can have enough for an ID. Thank you. Wow, it's just covered in these black corals too. There's hundreds. Wow. Yeah, just like a little forest of pathies, these black corals. Can we get the lasers back on as well? Thank you. Couldn't see.
Give it a little sediment accumulating on his back.
Oh, here we go. Looks pretty flat except for this giant boulder.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, did it ever.
Right? Yeah, the contour and the actual depth are now starting to match a little better than they were earlier. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
All right.
the slope does continue up for quite a ways, up another 50 meters or so in depth. But
Hard to say what that is. Yeah, piece. What's that? That works for me. There's a lot going on this rock. So this boulder is just covered with these Bathypathes alaskensis black corals. I think I'm seeing a bunch of small cup corals, maybe a little baby cross aster, and hydrocorals. It's hard to tell what that is in the distance. So we have this really flat sedimented shelf, and then another wall approaching. You can see in the sonar and are just starting to see it light up. Wow. Yeah. I think more brachiopods and different kind of encrusting sponge. Yellow one full of all these little canals. More of this black coral, but it looks like it's been predated on, at least, yeah, to varying degrees. Possibly by those snails we've been seeing. Ooh, siphonophore, maybe, or some kind. A little cookie star at the bottom there, the Ceramaster. I think a little Henricea off to the left.
interesting contact there.
Oh yeah. Almost at a right angle. Just when you thought they were done. Wow, again, another one of these like dense forests of black corals. Very cool. ROV, could we zoom in on those? There's like maybe a dead snail shell. Oh no, a live snail. It's a big one. All right. And then something to the right of it as well. Yeah. Huh. Ooh. Yeah. So there, that yeah, that hard little piece at the end of the foot. I forgot the name of it, but it's the operculum, and it can make a kind of little trap door when the snail completely retracts into the shell. It seals it up tight. And this is probably calling it a snail, but I'm sure it's a whelk of some kind. Whoa, there it goes. And then that to the right of that whelk that we were just looking at was a really cool sponge as well. The probably a polymastia. Wow, it can move pretty quick when it wants as well. Little scale worm underneath, but yeah, that I think it's a sponge, maybe one of the polymastias with a really one really big projection in the middle, and then a bunch of other smaller ones. Huh. Hello. All these bristles from something on some of the ridges of the shell. Chris Ma calls it the blooming onion sponge. I love it. There's some really good common names in the science chat. I really appreciate it. There are some sponges that don't seem to mind the soft sediment. Oh, whoops. Oh, yeah, you're muted. There we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Jamie just had a question about sponges in the soft sediment, and there are some sponges that have modifications to live in the soft sediment. Of course, there could be a big rock just underneath of it. It looks like the sediment layer isn't super thick.
It might be a little ephemeral.
Mm-hmm. But some of them you'll find you pick them up and they have like a teeny tiny pebble underneath, so they just needed that little point to settle, and then they can kind of create their own little disc that sits kind of on the top of the sediment with the little pebble to anchor them. Yeah, let's do a snap zoom on that one. It's great. I think we saw a similar one a little bit earlier. That's great. Wow. Let's continue through this forest of black corals.
Mm-hmm.
Still seeing lots and lots of their brachiopods.
Another little wall, looks like another 6 meters or so in front of us.
Oh, right.
Can see
cool.
on the sonar.
Oh, so some of the bands, maybe we're almost seeing that in the multi-beam.
Exactly, yeah.
Very cool.
So yeah, well, let me see if I can remember which way north is. So overall, this rock package looks like it's dipping to the southeast. And we're seeing those beds are showing a little more resistant layers that are
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
let's
bit
get
of
a snap zoom on
compositional.
that.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
I think it might be a sea pen. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look. Oh. Nav, were you talking to us?
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, definitely a sea pen of some kind. Kind of hard to tell from this angle. This is excellent documentation. There's a couple of species of Balticina, maybe, formerly Helipterus. Really, really dense aggregation of polyps. Oh, this is good. We can see some little some spines kind of midway through those polyps. Oh, very cool. Okay, thanks for that. I think, yeah, we're good to continue.
And here's this steeper face, somewhat slightly more resistant to the rock here. I'm not sure exactly what it is, if we're looking at a compositional layering or if it's just a matter of a thicker bed.
Oh, another octopus.
There he is.
Beautiful. Yeah, we've got some really good imagery of it, so I'm good to keep on booting it up this wall. Beautiful. So again, I think that's the giant Pacific octopus, Enteroctopus duffliani. And yet we followed another one for quite a while. I think if we can keep on moving up. We're
Is he headed into that? No. And he's ducking into that little overhang.
Can we get the lasers back on, please? Thank you. Wow. Every time I think I've seen like the densest part, we just keep on seeing more. Yeah, watch lead here. maybe right at the very end, but I'd like to cover as much ground as possible. This is really cool to document. Thank you.
Dropping into almost looks like a little depression here, or maybe it's just I'm so used to seeing upslope that flat looks like it's going down.
No, I hear you. It does look like it's, well, this is very flat. It's not dipping a little bit. Oh, there's a squid.
I missed him.
Right there. It's still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't miss him.
No, you didn't. It's right there. I think we had an idea of a gonatus of some kind on the other octopus. Sorry, the squid that we saw earlier, gonatus pyros, but this one looks a little bit different to me. Very cool. Always love seeing a squid. Huh. Another one of those sea pens. I think that could be, there's an unknown Halepteris or Balticina species.
Look at that guy.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
Nice
okay,
jelly.
That's pretty beautiful. Oh, got a little caught up in the current there. Wow. I wish I had this jelly in any of my guides. It seems familiar from just kind of reminds me of the lion's mane jelly. I don't know if they have those here. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love those guys. Wow. Yeah, I think, you know, my best guess would be something like Balticina or Halepteris, but it looks pretty different than the species that I know. And I think there is at least one, if not a couple of unknown species in this genus that have, well, the morphotype has been documented, but maybe it hasn't been described or, yeah, fully identified. Very cool. Wow, how long is that? Can we get the lasers on the bottom? Wow, okay. I'll have to do some math later, not live. Beautiful, thank you. So we might just get a little bit more of this wall. We have about 5 minutes left of the dive, so we'll just see what we can see. Could we zoom in on that sea star, please? To the left, yeah. Nice. Just a relatively quick zoom to document. Get a nice focus on there. That's nice. Okay, great. Thank you. Ooh, Pteraster, probably Pteraster tessellatus. I think seeing that species here indicates that we're getting fairly shallow. And I do have a depth of 280, I had 285, 274.8. Wow, I think it's very cool to document these black corals are still super abundant at this depth, although a couple of them look like they've been really munched on. Wow. Oh, another one of those comb jellies with the rainbow iridescent combs. A little tiny squid, I think. Little tiny squid. Maybe a little glass squid. Wow, it's fast. Bye-bye.
There he goes.
So I think if we're kind of getting ready, a Niskin here or somewhere close by would be great. Sounds good. This has been a really interesting dive. So that coral abundance, yeah, the black corals really dominated this one in a way that I wasn't expecting. They were everywhere from the beginning of the dive. We did see some Primnoa, but you know, smaller, scattered, and not nearly as abundant as the black corals have been. So this Bathypathes alaskensis, it's been just everywhere.
Yes, Niskin. We're ready for a Niskin.
Yes, please. Yep.
All right, so I have sample ID EX2306-D09-04W, Niskin number 3.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
And we'll look for perhaps another Niskin. I'm seeing a deep scattering layer at 125 meters.
Also, the abundance of those brachiopods, like as soon as we hit the wall, the whole way up, and yeah, I've just kind of covered every open patch of that, the rock face, as well as these little cup corals have been following us everywhere. Some really cool clumps of anemones along the way.
Yeah, so this wasn't part of the model you were looking at for that suggested a hotspot back at our original dive site. This was not in the model?
Yeah, actually,
or was it?
No, the model didn't capture either of those sites.
Okay.
It doesn't go quite out this far into the channels. The one that we're looking at tomorrow is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's definitely, you know, little hot spots all around a bunch of these channels. So, and there's some historic evidence in the other little inlet that we were looking at that suggested there were Primnoa there. this one we knew very little about, and turns out that it has an incredibly dense population of those black corals. Some of the models are also limited in what people can reliably identify at sea if it's based on trawl data. Sometimes we kind of lump groups together. So I'm not sure that the black corals were included in that model.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. This is a very cool data point to have. And definitely a good study site if anyone is studying Antipitherian anything. You know, there's a lot of different, lot of abundance, a high abundance area of Antipitherians. That one species is very cool to see.
Well, we didn't see a lot of variation in the geology. I believe we were in the same unit the entire time. So it's a little bit of a puzzle what left this mound. This is apparently just a slightly more resistant part of this sedimentary unit, metasedimentary unit. And perhaps the explanation for that steep wall that we climbed up is that was just kind of the last, might have been adjacent to the last dying valley glacier. Of course, this area was much more covered by more of a sheet of ice for most of the ice age, but perhaps there was a final stage of valley glacier that was moving through here. That maybe wiped off the site of this, whereas perhaps a little bit more jointed or a little less resistant otherwise.
Mm-hmm. It was certainly solid.
It was, yeah, it was.
Yeah, as we saw when we attempted our rock collection, they were all cemented in there. Well, as we say goodbye to Earnest Sound, I'd like to thank GFOE, the ROV team, and the video team for their work today. It's we saw some pretty amazing environments today. I'd also like to thank NOAA Ocean Exploration and the Okeanos Explorer for putting everything together and making it happen. And thanks to our onshore scientists tuning in from home. We all benefit from your observations and expertise. And thanks also to my lab mates in the in the lab back there. Going over every sample and making sure that it gets properly cataloged and where it needs to go is a pretty big job after most of these dives.
Right. This one today we've taken it pretty easy on them.
Yeah, a little bit later today. There's still should be some eDNA to process.
Right.
Yeah, and we got those a good sample of those brachiopods that will be really useful. But yes, a little bit later today, which is nice every now and then. We kind of sacrifice that for covering a bit more ground, and I am really glad we did, because we just got to, it was a pretty amazing feature to document. So we'll be taking one more Niskin in the deep scattering layer. I see you have the sounder out. Are you able to interpret it?
I don't know. But I'm going to give it my best shot.
I feel like we should be getting the hang of it at some point, but I sure don't.
Well, I'm going with that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right.
So where is that?
Well, it's hard to see, but there's 100 and I can see 300, so I'm going with 125.
Oh, there's 200 there.
Yeah, but that's a different sensor. So
is it? No, 300. It lines
are they all
up.
the same? Okay, so yeah, so there's 200. So
200.
Yeah, I'm going with 125-ish.
Okay. I like it. Mm-hmm. And thanks for talking rocks, JB. I always learn something when I watch through and take a little bit of an extra moment to look at the geology.
Right. And as always, it's been nice listening to your descriptions of the varied creatures that we come across.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad.
But
a couple little arrow worms to see us off.
But big props to the crew today. I probably couldn't tell if you were just tuning in and watching, but it was quite a struggle to keep the ship oriented, and they did a terrific job hanging in there. This was a tough place to dive on, surprisingly.
Yeah, it's definitely a different set of challenges than the ones that we've been facing for the past week and a bit. So, yeah, it was definitely a very dynamic system, a lot going on. It's a very dramatic feature. Pretty exciting to get a really good look at it.
Mm-hmm. 125. Copy that. Sample ID EX2306-D09-05W at 125 meters. Miskin bottle number 4.